shook it in an orbital shaker for 24 hours. There's a leaching protocol which we follow. Then we did that evaluation, but it was 24 hours of contact. And then, but also we note that in the actual experimental setup, the time of contact between, by the time you put the solvent cartridge and then the time the water comes from the other side, it is significantly less time. So possibly, because this would be like, not these water dispensers which we have here. You have to put water which is contaminated somewhere, then on the other side, you open the tap and then the water will run through the cartridge and then you get the water. So I wouldn't imagine it would be an water valve because the testing was more rigorous and we found mistakes. And given the short time of contact and the time you need to get into the water, I think it wouldn't worry us much. Although still, we would need to evaluate this a little bit more if it is to get into a real product that can be put out there. And then contact with the national water, whether they can, these are in rural areas, usually.
Positioning the edge.
Evidence to make decisions. But you see the way that works, even if you go to Central down here, we use the most traditional means of treating water. And I don't think anyone trusts
the ending into the naming room 2.
Because
room 2.
if you look at the process down there is basically
to the ending
coagulation,
then to the Korean area when it was today we go live again. I don't know.
Well, you have it scheduled.
You have it scheduled. Come on, the national internet. Can you do that?
But even that process of coordination, and then we are using tap, water line jiggers, maybe laid down 20 years. So the water from the other side of you, the supply system, the order, to get other contaminations around the world. But in other countries, somebody told me about water in South Africa, where you simply go to tap water in your house and you get it in your glass and you drink it and it is safe. Because in addition to after clarifying the water, there are other stages which are too expensive for the power. Because
So later on, teachers had to come in and get supported teachers and maybe divided in all those schools, and at least they tried to do some burden in those schools. Later on, in 1997, the government started universal primary education, and of course, after that, all those that were since the beginning were stopped. And of course, now issues came in because if teachers are not given allowances, are not given well sleep and whatever, schools have to get problems. And that was the cause of that UPE in 1997. Of course, teachers were not happy with abolishment of that PTA. They started having continuous of strikes, dodging students, and so on. Continue. Human capital, as I told you before, this is the training and the workshops and the encouragement that usually the teacher gets to increase for his or her productivity in order to carry out his or her work. if you invest in human capital, you are trying to increase individuals' wage, maybe like making money, or maybe like employability. You are now high in terms of marketability when it comes to market. So individuals try to struggle and get knowledge in order to have those skills acquired, and at the end of the day, increase productivity of the teacher. You can continue. So you see the district. If I come back to maybe later on I show the statistics, which is my center point, why there is poor performance, and I wanted to maybe to see why. It has got a work plan which runs from 2015 up to 2020, and you see that a lot of money is invested in education department, which is covering 54% of the whole work plan from 2015 up to 2020. Problem statement. Primary education is the core part, in fact, core in the education system of Uganda, as mentioned by Minister of Education Annual Performance Report 2016-2017. It absorbed the greatest number of age-going children compared to other levels of education. And at the end of the day, that's the beginning of human capital development, because training begins from primary. If the primary field is not trained very well, at the end of the day, you find that that student may get what he wants at the end of education. So it's the core, or the beginning part, where human capital begins. And therefore, the government of Uganda has started prioritizing it by giving that much money, as you have seen from up, 54% of the budget, especially the part I'm going to look at, which is the single. Giving all that money, government is expecting those schools to perform very well. But surprise, up to now, senior district's performance of those students in primary school, they are not doing well. To begin with, let us look at primary review examination. Division 1, the highest percent is 11%, which was 2016. The rest are always less than 10% of the candidates received for examination. Proceed.
This is also live.
The next. When you look at this table here, it is trying to talk about the cycle. Students who enroll in school at the end of the day drop out. Basically, I'm looking at the repeater rate of 7.2. Many of the students, 7.2% of the students repeat. And when you look at out of school going rates, those that try to go out, 6.20% of students. Even I also looked at the survival. Those who begin from primary 1 up to primary 7. Those who survive the journey from P1 to P7, it is only 21% that survive. Almost 79%, they go repeating, others drop out, and so on. Proceed. Still, when you look at the repeater rates, I was comparing a government institution and a private institution. You find that from P2, the highest percent of repeating is 10, up to P6, where I got 12.6. This repeating is highest seen in government-aided primary school as compared to private school. So there is a lot of so many issues when it comes to government-aided primary school. Proceed. Therefore, from the story you have seen up, I have picked some of the statistics from there, they are here. And at the end of the day, therefore, there is a little immediate attention, and that's why I had to carry out this study, which I'm going to tell you how I did. Proceed. While looking at those issues up, I had to relate some of the objectives, 5 of them. The first one, I wanted to look at establishing the relationship between teachers' welfare and performance. The second one, I want to look at the relationship between human capital and performance. The third one, I wanted to look at if you're interacting or combining the factor of teachers' welfare and human capital, and see if you can combine the two factors, how will they affect performance. The first one, I wanted to look at the monitoring system that we have seen, where they are mediating the factor of teachers' welfare and the performance. And the last one, I wanted to look at how those monitoring systems I gave you before could either mediate human capital and performance of those schools in the single district. Proceed. I have summarized the hypothesis from those so-called objectives And one was the teacher's welfare has no relationship with the performance. The second one is human capital, no relationship with performance. The third one was interaction of the two, teacher's welfare and human capital, has no significant effect. The first one is that monitoring system do not mediate, and the last one was monitoring system do not also mediate the human capital. Significance. The findings I'm going to get from my study may help policymakers like member of parliament, district leaders, and school management committees to identify issues concerning welfare and human capital and address them in the single district. The second one is that other organizations that are dealing with welfare packages of, or maybe of their workers to look at what are going to come out with results so that they can look at the performance and productivity of those institutions where they are. The third one is that the institutions, especially schools which I'm addressing, may use the findings to plan for human capital issues for their employees. And the last one is that the knowledge I'm going to get from my work may also be added to the existing work, as we shall see later. Justification. We have seen that there is poor quality of primary schools in syndrome, especially issues of welfare and human capital. That's why I applied this work, this research. Two, when you go back to Google and look for other sources of knowledge, this research concerning syndrome issues is not significantly seen, and therefore that's why I'm trying to do this research so that I can have that gap filled. My study was being guided by two theories. The first theory was Hansberg two-factor theory, and this theory was looking at two factors. One factor is motivation, and this motivation is a non-financial reward that are always given to a worker, and the worker gets satisfied, like recognition, praises, promotion, achievement, responsibility, and professional growth, so that the worker, after receiving all that, can work hard and get motivated to perform well when it comes to performance of an institution. The other part of the theory under Hansberg two-factor theory was hygiene, which is a financial approach where a worker is given accommodation, meals, allowance, medical care, and so on. So if all those are combined can motivate a worker, and possibly that worker can work towards the good performance of that institution, especially schools, which I was looking at. Then the second theory was according to human capital theory of 1964, whereby an employee is supposed to be given knowledge and skills and competence and given experience so that can increase productivity and experience. And if all those are combined, can make a worker work productively to the institution where he's working, and at the end of the day, you have better performance of that institution. Proceed. This was my conceptual framework. Under welfare, teachers' welfare, I looked at those subcontracts. Under human capital, I also looked at those subcontracts. I also had a mediating variable, which was monitoring systems, those reports, attendance, whatever, financial reports. And at the end of it all of them were compared to the performance of the school, where I said that you look at quality of teaching, excellence, academic excellence, achievements, school enrollment, and so on. Proceed. Methodology. My research paradigm and factor was positivism, where I used the theory of testing hypotheses and relying on statistics and figures and make conclusions. And my findings were both qualitative and quantitative findings. The design, I used the descriptive cross-sectional survey research design, where quantitative and qualitative techniques were applied. The Sinjo district has got 189 schools that are government aided, and I used Morgan Colleges and Morgan 1970. I selected 118 schools as the unit of analysis. So from the unit of analysis, when the schools 118, I have selected respondents, and those are the respondents, which I may call unit of inquiry. Proceed. And this is how we are getting those respondents. DO, just one, passive. and that's how I got them. So, still under methodology, quality control, I had to proceed and do pre-tests. And I got the CVI of 0.832, which was an average. Of course, that one being bigger than 0.7 recommended. The tools were valid for work. Even one batch was also run, and the average was 0.838, bigger than 0.7, and also my tools are reliable. Data collection, those are the tools I used. Analysis is what I did. In the analysis, I used the quantitative such as spaces 2026. I carried out descriptives, Pearson correlation, hierarchical, general regression analysis, and many graphs programs, as we are going to see after. The quantitative, I have taken some notes from the field, carried out semantic analysis and observations. Measurement of variables, I used the 5-minute scale, and I computed means and standard deviations. I also had to do some parametric tests, because I wanted to test whether my tools were okay. So those tests were done. For normality, I did. Using the Demo and the Shapiro, where all my variables were insignificant, I did the sum normality. I did kurtosis, my answer got 2, and 2 is within the range. Therefore, I also did the skewness, 0.029, it was within the range. I also did the Chichu plot, the Chichu plot is there, and at the end of the day, you can see that my results were approximating the normal distribution. Homogeneity, this is an assumption that the residue values, which I may call error terms, have equal variances. The level statistics was done, and after doing it, you can see how those so-called protect points are more or less near each other, a sign of homogeneity. Proceed. Linearity. After looking at my data points and trying to create a linear point, all of them they are along near a straight line. Now they are approximating a linear straight line so that they are almost in the same straight line addressing the same issue. Proceed. Multicollinearity. I have to do VIF, and of course, you know VIF, if you have a VIF bigger than 10 and a tolerance of less than 0.1, it means there is an issue of multicollinearity. But when you look at my work, the VIF was between 1.1 and 1.4, with a tolerance of that range, which ranges are in line with what is needed, and at the end of the day, is no multicollinearity. Mediation. Go back. Mediation shall come to mediation because I had to follow Brown and K 1986 and carry out mediation, and the 2, I found a partial mediation. For teachers' welfare and monitoring system performance, it was partial. It was human capital and monitoring system performance, it was also partial, and therefore my work was perfect and I had to continue. Those are the ESCO issues. You have to go where oil rate, all those were done. They are part of my work. Results, I summarized my results that way. Objective, hypothesis, rejected. And so on. So the first objective wanted to look at relationship between teacher's welfare and performance. And they said teacher's welfare has no relationship. But later on found there was a relationship, so the null was rejected. The second one is establish relationship between human capital and performance of government middle school. They said there is no relationship according to the hypothesis I was using now. Later on found there was a relationship, we rejected it. The third one, we say effect of interaction between teacher's welfare and human capital, and later we said there was no interaction. But at the end of the day, I found there was interaction. After running an interaction, there was an interaction. The first one also said there was so well not an existing when the mediators of relation between teacher's welfare and performance. We found out there was a partial mediation, so it was also rejected. The last one, there was establishing whether not an existing mediates human capital. Also, we tested it, was also rejected. I'll come to it when I come to results. Proceed. These are the results. The first 2 objectives, I was looking at relationship. So after trying to look at the relationship, this is what we call a correlation matrix. Can you proceed to the next? Teacher's welfare has no relationship with performance. When you look at my paper up, there is a positive relationship between teacher's welfare and performance, as the correlation you can see of R0.46, which is very significant, and therefore we rejected the null hypothesis, and the conclusion is that teachers' welfare had a relationship with performance, which was objective number 1. Number 2, human capital has a relationship with performance. When you look again on up there is a positive and significant relationship. We have that R, which is correlation you can see there, and at the end of the day, that now is rejected, and the conclusion is that there is a relationship between human capital and performance of government-aided primary school in syndrome. Also, the second objective is answered. Proceed. This was interaction. I interacted welfare and human capital. I got those statistics. And from these statistics, you can see that interaction, when you look at the t-value here, the t-value shows that it was very significant at 99%, meaning that if welfare and human capital are combined, they can push or they can make welfare so they can make performance of an institution perfect by looking at t-value and a very significant thing. So proceed. So that was objective number 3. And interaction of teachers and human capital has no significant effect. Now we can see that very significant effect between interacting teachers' welfare and human capital with an evidence of a t-value and a significant value. And that is why we should reject that hypothesis and say the two have got a relationship. Even I went further, let me go up and I show. I went further and looked for R square. No, you go up. Up. There is R square. My R square is there is 0.288. The meaning of that one is that the 0.288 means that 28% of that performance is because he interacted. That's 28.8% of this performance we see in schools is because of the combination of the what? Of that. Proceed. We move next. I have to go far and do a actual regression model to look at contribution of each. The first contribution is teachers' welfare. Teachers' welfare, you can look at R change there, R change. That welfare, teachers' welfare, is contributing 29.8% of the welfare you have. Sorry, of the performance you have. The second number, which is human capital, is contributing that 0.024, we said is 2.4% of the performance is the human capital. And the last one, 6.9% of the seed in the performance because they are monitoring systems. And this is what we call a hierarchical regression model, where each of the variable is seen as an individual variable and see the contribution it is giving towards performance, which is a dependent variable. Proceed. So these are the things I was trying to explain. The hierarchical regression model. Under predictive model number 1, teachers' welfare significantly predicts performance with an explanation of 29.8%, which is of course the R square and so on. Proceed. I am now going to my last two objectives. One was monitoring system as the mediator of teachers' welfare and the performance.
That's 3 minutes.
3 minutes? Maybe you can go to the next slide and go to, you go back to the diagram and explain the diagram because I will see the diagram. Next, down. Let me use a bell graph for the other ones are also statistics. There is a direct effect from teachers' welfare performance with a significance of 546. There is also a direct effect of teachers' welfare with the monitoring system, which is very significant. There is also a direct effect from monitoring system performance of that. So, according to Brown and Gray 1986, because the monitoring system and performance, they are giving us 0.415 is significant. It has made the original relationship of performance from 546 to 0.493, meaning that small change is because of that partial mediation I talked about. So for that matter, teachers' welfare is being mediated by a monitoring system because of those two statistics. Next. This is the last. Next. Because I'm waiting the diagram to finalize. Next. This is human capital. Human capital and performance, they have got that 0.38 up. There is significant here, and because of the significance that we have here, you can see now there is a small decline. Meaning that small decline is because of that partial mediation that is created by the monitoring system. So at the end of the day, monitoring systems are acting as the mediators of those variables I was talking about. That's why we detected. So proceed, those will come later. Let me go to conclusion. Looking at all the stories we have seen, 1, education reforms are needed to cater for welfare of teachers so that they cannot be dissatisfied or undercommitted, with an evidence of the statistics from hierarchical regulation. 2, education reforms must be there for human capital, but to have quality in the education sector, especially in the senior district, and supported by the statistics from hierarchical regulation. And lastly, education officers and managers and planners should monitor school activities before monitoring systems. We have seen it according to hierarchical regulation. The statistics are there. Proceed. Policies. As you have seen, we need a policy to govern teachers' welfare, especially wage bills and so on. Government should look at how can train teachers and make them professional. Government should create policies to upgrade teachers, because when I went to the field, many of the teachers were grade 3 teachers had not attained other higher qualifications. Some more qualifications are needed. A policy for education ministry to make sure they have minimum level for school management committees, because many of them were primary school dropouts. Management of schools were the harder to them. Proceed. Recommendation, they are more or less the same as the ones I have seen up. Almost they're coming from there. Thank you for listening to me. It is a big journey because all these are coming from the whole dissertation. So I also have tried so chairman saying for giving me enough time to talk about my work. And it is here for you to criticize it, to accept it, so that I can further it and move what that is supposed to be there since it has reached the stage of examination. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Teresa, for this presentation. And like you mentioned, it's a big, it's a very big work to present the whole thesis in such a short time. But really, we thank you for really being on time and sharing us your work. I welcome comments from the group before I open it up for the panelists. I prefer that the students come in first before I let us join. You know, I have a belief sometimes when we start commenting, we scare away people, and we tend to overshadow what you have heard. So I always want fellow students to give us comments, and we give that opportunity. So if you have comments to Perez, please give them up. Yes.
I just have two. One, that thank you so much, Juni. One, your slides seem to be very congested. If you could look at the way of decongesting them. And the second is you release the reading most of the time you are reading, so I would suggest you try to do more conceptualization, do more explanation than reading.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Any other comments? Another comment? Okay, now I go to...
Maybe I can answer that, the first one. Of course, with congesting slides, absolutely, my initial training was science. When we were outside, we saw those things out there. At times I could put some stories for bit of explanation, isn't it? Otherwise, I could put 0.1 and I wrote it myself and talk about it. But I wanted to know that people before me can at least see some words. Otherwise, next time I will congest them and put figures.
Okay, thank you so much. But I advise that you get a pen and take notes, and so that you can respond to the comments at once, because really we are time back right now. Document, please.
your variables are very abstract. Welfare, human capital, performance, monitoring systems. You need to put that there. How did you define these variables? Before you embrace variables that are abstract, they have to be defined statistically. So how did you define these four variables? Can I define them the same way as you have defined them? So before you give us those statistics, you need to know what we are in measuring.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take note. Yes, please. See your name and then proceed.
Thank you, Perez, for your good work. I appreciate it. I saw in your methodology you talked about qualitative approaches, but I didn't see it coming in the findings. I don't know whether I'm the one who didn't speak it well. Thank you.
Okay, good. Another one? Another one? Maybe that's something for Perez?
Yeah, thank you so much, Perez, for your presentation. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. First of all, I think there's a need, well, I congratulate you, this journey has reached at this level, and I tend to believe that you're on the right track. But I would like to encourage you to further differ the gap, to identify the problem clearly. Because there's a difference between performance of an institution and the performance within the institution. So if you're looking at the performance of the institution, those parameters need to be clearly defined. Because I realize somehow, somewhere, it keeps getting back either to the performance of the individuals within the institution and not the entirety of the institution as a performance factor. So that has to come out very strongly because it will justify what someone would say, but it is obvious that if you improve teachers' welfare, performance will take place. Or if you build human capital, then performance will definitely take place. So in order to elicit the obviousness, what people say, it is obvious, then we need to see what is wrong with the performance of these government-aided primary schools before you justify your regressions and corrections. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, a number of theories that Perez brings on board. But I would like to know from husband, from human capital, what is the overriding theory that you are affronting? And what justifies the inclusion of other theories? That means probably there's a limitation somewhere from the theories that you have, the theory that you started with and coming to the other theories that you bring later. So clearly justify, first of all, pick one strong theory that you think explain your work, or if of them, all of them have the same angle of analysis, then you need to bring out the limitations that actually are filled by each of these theories. Mr. Chairman, the other issue is about presentation approach. Of course, now you are a scholar, but it's where you reach and say, and whatever. You're like, you are trying to say something, but you say, even and other things. You know, whatever you present, whatever you project, you must be able to make it known to people. Don't leave it to people to see. Otherwise, that wouldn't have been relevant for improvement. It's like even the recommendations. If the recommendations are the same as the implications, why did you bring them? So you have to make sure whatever you present is well articulated. And then performance measurement includes a trend of how things have been over the last period of time. But I don't see documentary review as a method. Because I don't think you went on the perceptions of performance, but the actual performance of these schools over a period of time. So, how do you miss out documentary review as a method? And maybe this is a question to you in terms of, everything was rejected, but was there any reversal effect? Probably of monitoring system versus human capital, or performance versus monitoring system, not the other way, because the arrows tend to point at one direction. And in this case, I will use the analogy of the thief. If, for example, I've been storing for a long time beef up my monitoring systems in my house and other controls. You get what I'm saying? There's only one trend of looking at the effect, but I'm wondering if there is a reversal effect. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, is to beef up the issue of qualitative data. Because when you strongly come out and say, I am using a mixed methods approach, I'm using positivism, we expect to see the integration of qualitative and quantitative. And probably one of them is stronger than the other, or they are balanced. But we don't see that. I always see quantitative presentation and results. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
Dr. Frederick?
I'm not certain. Thank you. Thank you, Perez, for the work well done. But Perez, said you never defined your variables. Are you looking at human capital development, or you are looking at human capital? It is not coming out very clear. Still, Perez, what is driving the other? Is it human capital driving welfare, or welfare driving the capital? Human capital. So because you have not defined your variables very clear, that's why there is some vagueness there. That's why I don't see you testing human capital as mediating to welfare. It is not tested. Yes, you would have tested it and see exactly what is happening. The literature is a bit odd. You need to improve on that. You mentioned in your problem statement that the performance of primary schools is expected to be very high. How high? Is there a standard? Okay. You need to tell us. In your methodology, it is very interesting. Unfortunately, power has gone up. You say in your research design that you use the descriptive and you're a statistician, but I have not seen the descriptive statistics in your results. And again, you say the descriptive, but I saw inferential statistics. Okay? You need to improve on that. I'm sure that one can be corrected. Study population. I've not seen how you sampled the schools. I only saw 8 teachers down. It was there.
We just saw numbers.
I saw numbers.
No, using Morgan and
that is sample size determination, but sampling the schools. Yes, okay. You need to come out very clear with that. Chair, I think I can.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Frederick. I prefer using my mouth. I think this is a small room.
Yes.
The microphone.
Yes.
If you can't hear me, please raise your hand. I have very few questions, and I think you have a mouthful. First of all, I commend you for problematizing and tell us what's wrong with this syndrome. I always fail to really come out with what's wrong with this syndrome or what's wrong with our specific area. But as a statistician, I do think that your output should be more of representation. I'm from the qualitative world, and if it was not statistics, I wouldn't mind you just talking about syndrome only. But how is the rest of Uganda, and how representative is essential. You took statistics, so really show us that essential represents the whole of Uganda or other schools. But in terms of the problem, I've already commended you that you are able to tell us really what's wrong with essential specific. But what I missed out in your problem statement is why? I know there are very many factors that affect school performance, right? Why did you pick out human capital and welfare of teachers? That did not appear in your problem. And we only saw it in objectives. And in terms of a problem, really, that statement is missing out. We would want you to justify why, despite so many other factors that could affect the performance of schools, did you pick welfare and human capital? But again, my concern also is, like Chitamba has already mentioned, human capital. What is human capital? And why did you, when you come to conceptualize human capital, you go only on staff training, skills development? But human capital is everything human that is within schools, including even security guards and everybody. But you again came to focus only on the teachers, and I was wondering why. And like they have already mentioned, you fall short of conceptualizing well what you are dealing with. Then they have already raised the question of what is qualitative data. But methodologically, I saw you the testing and to ensure that the tools really are up to, are proper. I didn't see how you ensured that the qualitative tools, if at all you have them, really how you ensured that they brought the data that you wanted. So there is always that tendency of students only to focus on, yes, I did the something squares, I don't know them, to ensure that your tools are okay, but I miss how did you ensure that your qualitative tools are bringing you the data that you need. And yes, we all know the story that you have told us. Everyone knows that in Uganda, really, many schools are performing poorly. The primary schools and the private. And what I saw in your presentation, at a point you wanted to compare, in your problematizing, you compare the private and the public. But I really, as a layman, I always don't like that politicking, because in private, we have 10 students, and the 10 students, one out of 10 is how much is the percentage if you calculate for me? 10%. And what is the 10 failures in 200? 0.1? And so when we are looking at performance in public primary schools, we always really, it's very good to present statistics, but if only 10 students have failed out of 200, that is 0.1. But we always say in private they are doing very well, when actually in public they are also doing amazingly. So I would want you to take it, to take that discussion there, so that you really don't act as a politician. And lastly, as a layman, you know, when we come here and read the R squared, if we were to present this to Minister of Education, you said this one has implications. I wanted you to put your statistics in simple terms and tell us that if you increase the teachers' salaries by so much, they would perform better. That is more really appealing than the R squared choose something which I didn't understand. So I wanted you really to actualize, to explain your statistics properly in a layman's language. And of course, as I said lastly, I also felt that we wanted more. We are in an era of demonstrations and teachers demanding, we are not paid well, and that is known, and the people we know, people think that is actually already even affecting the performance of schools. So what is it that we don't know, Perez, that you can really tell us that this is really what you found than what we already know? Thank you very much, and I leave it to you at that to say, try to at least summarize what you had. Yeah, like we said, this is not defense, it's about giving you feedback.
I hope my voice is enough for even the person in the corner to hear it. Yes. Thank you, professors and the members in this house for asking me these questions. First of all, this is my first time to appear before people to present my results since I went through in February. So you should appreciate that one also. It's my first time to come before people to present my results. For the first time, I picked them from Sinjo in February. Second, thank you so much. You know, when you are doing this, whatever we are doing, there are so many things you miss out. And this is for time for me to get them and make sure my book is perfect. Yeah. I hope so. Yeah, that is better. I'm going to answer some of the questions. And others I'm going to take notes as I go home and beef up those gaps. The first question was about operationalizing my variables, which I think Dr. Imelda asked. Right away when I was beginning, I think I talked about some key definitional concepts that are going to help me when I'm going to do my work. Two, I'm sorry, many times we statisticians, the way we do things. We try to hide things, but at times when we are presenting, people want to see them. And because being an academic work, you have to bring them and people see them. So I'm very sorry we have not seen some of those things. From the same book, I told you 2 papers have been accepted. And those papers, almost half is qualitative and half is quantitative. They are here. But when I was trying to make these slides, you know that writing, we mathematicians at times we try to ignore it. I have the qualitative data, and the reviewer, Professor Melissa, you are the panelist, gave me 2 excellent. They are 2 excellent. You can see them here, and I hope that qualitative part I did it, and quantitative part I did it. But I'm very sorry, it is not part of this work which is here, but it is there in the book.
You need to show it there next time.
Next time when I'm presenting, I said the first time I'm going to present it. Doctor.
Can I object?
Yes.
Please answer the questions.
Okay.
You are dodging us.
Okay, let me answer the question. So
how did you define your variables? What does welfare mean? What does human capital mean? What does performance?
Welfare, maybe let me answer them. Welfare, teachers' welfare, I was looking at those so-called maybe incentives you can give a teacher, and teacher is at home and can perform better, and at the end of the day can improve the institution's performance.
Do you have a score?
Yeah, I have a score. I use the naked scale, of course.
You have a tool. What score do you use?
I use the scale 1 up to 5, and later I had to take the averages and the standard deviations. Then I also had a marking guide. If the range is this, I say good. If the range is this, I say fair, and so on. They are there in my book.
And what is human capital?
Human capital, that one is you're looking at the productivity that that teacher can be given to tools so that he can perform better by maybe giving skills, training or workshop, and even giving more professionalism so that can like the work and do more experience.
That is human capital development, like he mentioned, because human capital is just nothing but labor. In economists use what we call labor, the tools of production. And we have several capitals.
While you are reading some of these books, you see human capital development and human capital, they tend to, you cannot easily see the...
No, you take note.
Okay, let me take a note, I will check up. I can
Take
tell you about it.
take note, I think.
Also,
and-
Chair, in response to what you're saying, institutional performance, like I mentioned, is holistic. I see you're focusing on teachers, how teachers are being, remunerated. But remember, there's a cleaner. There's an askari. If he doesn't handle well the institution's name is affected.
And that's part of human capital.
That's part of human capital. So you cannot only focus on teachers and think that teachers are the only.
Maybe, thank you, Chairman. My concept was looking at the teacher,
I think
not those categories, because when I was trying to get information.
Okay, Perez, I think now, like we mentioned, let's not be on the defensive. We are looking actually for us here, the value you have and the value we have is to help you straighten where you could go wrong. You are at the critical stages, and this is the time that you need to.
Research was looking at the training given to the teacher.
we are
That
telling
teacher.
you that
We are saying this
the
is
teachers
wrong.
are not trained.
Anyway, let me tell you.
Them right.
Let me help you, Perez. The reason we do critiquing literature is not to take every literature as given. A scholar must be critical of the literature you use. When you say human capital is the economic value of workers' experience and skills, assets like education, training, intelligence, skills, health, then what about human capital development? You get it? So that's where now you would come to look into, does this person who conceptualizes human capital as this, is he right or wrong? Anyway, but to cut the story short.
I look at it.
Okay. I think that's better said. Yeah.
Thank you. Then there was about performance of institution and why I was looking at right away when I was presenting my statistics. Government was putting a lot in government-aided schools, and of course they expected at least minimizing those dropouts, return rates, minimizing absenteeism of teachers, and so on. But to the surprise of me who is a researcher, I was seeing very many issues coming in, and yet government was putting a lot of money, equivalent to 4% as I've shown from the statistics at the beginning. Then there was the case of theories. There is handbag theory, which is basically for teachers' welfare. Initially, when I was trying to develop my proposal, I was comparing it with my GP 2003. But later I found that the handbag was outweighing my GP and I dropped it. In the second one I used human capital theory. That one I was comparing it with learning curve theory, and I found human capital theory was better and has so many advantages. So I had to drop the learning curve theory.
Okay, I think then you need to look into how are the theories explaining the situation. That's the most important thing, especially the situation which is performance of institutions. You get it, not the performance of labor. I think that's now. Hasbang too.
That was my stand, is what I had. Hasbang, I was comparing it to my chicken.
Wait, like we said, Perez, when we ask you what is a theory explains the circumstances, and we are looking at the performance of an institution. Two-factor theory explains the performance of individuals, but not of an institution. And that's where now you need to look into, are your theories explaining the performance of schools or individuals? So you need to really look into that. Take note of that, to read more of the theories and how they are used to work. I would guide you to do that. Yeah. We be brief. We have a little bit. I give you 3 minutes to answer.
I'm sorry, I not put qualitative because it is part of my book, but I not put it here. Maybe next time
you put it there.
Yeah,
you put it there.
Of course, you find that many of the outcomes or the findings from qualitative were more or less supporting my rejected hypothesis. They were more or less supporting them. so I left them out, but next time I have to put them there. Human capital and human capital development, I need to read further and see the difference and create a gap so that I can know which exactly I'm talking about. Literature is old. I'm still under examination. I'm going to put more new ones, especially those that are very recent. Descriptive statistics, I have them. They are covered in so many pages, trying to get averages, under distribution, and whatever, and the mode, they are all there in my book. I will not bring them here, but they are also there, trying to explain exactly what I'm talking about. And it's my first time of presentation. Hopefully next time I bring the summaries. Well, I've talked about only differentials here, but next time, of course, I'll bring the differentials, the descriptives. Under population of study, I had 173 schools that are government aided. After selecting them, from 118 schools, when it came to picking those schools, I had to organize Isingiro in 2 zones by carrying out stratification. I had to certify using 3 regions, 1 region the other side, 1 region the other side, then I started selecting those regions using simple random sampling. They are well picked up in the book. Next time they'll be there. I took interest in Isingiro because when you compare statistics of Isingiro district and other districts in Western Uganda, the other districts were doing very well compared to Isingiro, so I wanted to know why there is no problems in the Isingiro district. That was my interest. Other than that, maybe one professor asked me about the comparative study, whether it was politics. No, it wasn't. Next time I'm going to move the column of private. I remain with only the government aided, so that the variable thing is only government aided, and I don't count comparison. Ask me questions that are not political yet. Other than that, I thank you so much. The rest will be for next presentation.
Okay, thank you for that, and yeah, we keep it together and we keep chatting on that. Yes.
Or maybe before I leave, I also have to thank Dr. Jam for encouraging me for this, and that's it. Because he's my boss. I was his former boss, but now he's my boss and he's encouraging me a lot. So thank you, Dr. Chijam, for this, and you see the journey is moving. Continue supporting me, and at the end of the day, life is going to be better. And again, thank you so much, professors and doctors, for asking me very good questions that can make my head really think harder. And after here, my life is going to be better than what it is. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Yes, in a special way, I will come Dr. Wilbrod, who is here with us. Also, he's here. Sarah couldn't manage to come, and he will come and be as part of the panel. Next, we are going to listen to, I think, justice, balancing environmental conservation trade-offs, livelihoods of people living near protected areas in southwestern Uganda. You can go there. Also, you tell us also at what stage this is, and if you can't restrict it to 20 minutes or less. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Justus Asasra. This work is still at conceptualization stage, and it's also my first time to present. I'm not yet a registered PhD student, but I want to be, prepared by the time I get through the process of registration. So my study focuses on balancing environmental conservation trade-offs and livelihoods of people living near the protected areas. And this is a comparative study of Windy Penetrable, Queen Elizabeth, and Lake Mugolo National Park. The proposed supervisor is Dr. Finamas Komedat. You can go to the next slide. Environmental conservation and protected but due to increasing population and other illegal activities that are done on the protected areas, there is a very big threat to this small percentage of the conserved area. Yet, there are strategies and initiatives to expand the protected area so that the environment can be conserved for the next generation. So, natural resource and environmental conservation has an impact on the livelihoods of people who live near the protected areas, because there are so many restrictions. You don't do this, you don't do that. Unauthorized, access to the park, to do poaching, fishing, and the other activities where the people who live near the protected area can get the livelihood. So, successful implementation of the conservation programs call for the integration of the governance principles so that the people who live near the protected areas can get a livelihood without doing the illegal activities that are done in the protected areas. Inefficient protected area management and high resource exploitation in the protected areas have been cited by different scholars, and these are very common in developing countries. So this shows that there is a gap in terms of integrating governance principles across all the conservation programs. These conservation programs include community-based conservation, which is considered to be ideal, which does not compromise the livelihoods of the people who live near the protected areas, but also protect the areas. But there are conditions to achieve, this kind of community conservation or community-based conservation. And in this case, there must be secure land and resource rights. There should be involvement of all the parties. There should be respect of indigenous elders and knowledge holders and community mechanisms to resolve any related resource use conflict. And more can be learned from the commons theory. And the commons theory, according to Ostrom, states that individuals or people living near protected areas can be motivated to conserve the environment if they feel there is a benefit from conserving this environment. And therefore, if they don't get any livelihood from the environment that they are conserving, they are likely to give up. Go to the next slide. So, from this bit of introduction, there is limited scholarship on the conditions that I stated earlier that can facilitate community-based conservation and how the integration of governance principles impacts on the livelihoods of people. Particularly, limited scholarship has paid attention to the integration of core governance principles into the conservation of protected areas in this region comparative. So, in addition, the studies that discuss which governance principles is most integrated and why others are left out are limited. The statement of the problem, or the research problem, improve the livelihoods of people living near protected areas has the potential of reducing unauthorized access and use of protected resources. And to achieve this, the core governance principles that I mentioned in the second paragraph participation, fairness in sharing benefits from the conservation, and conflict resolution should guide decision making at all levels. And people living near protected areas are motivated to actively participate as direct beneficiaries of the conserved environment. You can move to the next. But the integration of governance principles could increase revenue from the protected areas, increase ownership and sustainability, and boost social service delivery around the protected areas. Much as there are interventions, for example, increasing patrol staff, there are other management tools, including signing of transboundary management agreements between people living near the protected areas. But illegal access and utilization of resources in the conserved area continue to be evident. So this study compares to the extent to which conservation initiatives have impacted on the livelihoods of people living near the 3 protected areas and analyzes the effectiveness of existing governance models to generate evidence and suite of models that integrate all the governance principles into conservation. What is the gap that my study intends to fill? Existing studies have focused on single cases or protected areas, and they lack a comparative component because what works in one protected area may not work in the other protected area, and there is limited or scanty scholarship. There is also scanty literature in terms of comparing why some governance principles have been given little attention in the conservation spectrum. And lastly, the current governance models have registered gaps, as I earlier said, and authorized access and use of protected resources continue to be evident, and the why is not answered. This study is guided by 4 objectives. The first one is to compare the impact of conservation trade-offs on the livelihoods of people living near protected areas, the 3 protected areas. The second one is to examine the effectiveness of existing governance models used in the protected areas. The third is to explore the neighboring communities' conservation experience on their livelihoods. And the last one is to generate an evidence-based model that integrates all governance principles into the conservation of protected areas in Southwestern Uganda. The justification and significance of this study rhymes with what I intend to fill in terms of the gaps. So we can
you go into the methodology?
Proceed.
Go into the methodology?
Yes, go to the methodology. Continue. I intend to use an explanatory design which will adopt mixed methods, but mainly guided by qualitative methods, and therefore I will rely so much on the qualitative data because I feel what I'm investigating is something that really is not, does not matter so much in terms of the numbers and the statistics and figures that I'll get from the field. So I intend to collect data in 2 phases, and this is meant to cover whatever gaps or data gaps that I'm likely to have during data collection and updating and including questions or aspects that I may not pick out in the first phase of data collection. You can proceed. So I will collect data using focus group interviews, in-depth interviews, observation and documentary reviews, and questionnaires. For now, I'm still conceptualizing, but that is the tentative sample for now. And the different categories of respondents are highlighted: community members who will be purposely selected, the leaders who are officials, district environment officers, organizations that implement different programs in the protected areas, organized conservation groups that operate in different protected areas, then the district chairpersons for the different districts that I will be visiting, and the district works committees and the heads of planning units. And here, in the last category of respondents, I will be looking out for what kind of work does the political wing play on the conservation, and how they give back to people, for example, who have been displaced by conservation or who have been affected by conservation programs. You can proceed. So that's how the sample is broken down. But like I said, it is still tentative. Data will be managed and analyzed using in vivo and SPSS, and I will use inductive data analysis for qualitative data, and I will go through the ethical approvals, REC, UNCSP, Uganda Wildlife Authority, and I will also ask for permission from the respective national parks. We can proceed. Yeah, that's how I intend to move. So I hope by 2025 I will be getting to where I want to be. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Yeah, thank you very much, Justice. I think you've heard Justice is still conceptualizing, but I think this is courageous, and I really like it that way. I was talking to my colleague last time when we were in the Senate. A member of staff was being billed 43 million for overstaying on the program, and I think if really we become conscious that registering in the university today goes with money, then it's better to plan before you register. Because for us, the day you register, the money starts counting. And so that is, I commend Justice for that, and Justice is also a member of staff, and I think really this is good planning, and let us give him our feedback so that we can encourage him to embark on it and finish on time. Thank you very much. I will come comments for him. Yeah. Doctor, you have something? Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Justice. From the word go, I think you're going to have issues of variable definition like your colleague had. Your whole presentation is full of, it's like we are learning vocabulary. Improved livelihood, unauthorized use, access, decision making, conservation initiatives, effectiveness, governance. You don't come out to make us understand what actually these things mean. So you use all the words you have in your vocabulary in the whole presentation. Governance models, conservation trade-offs, experiences, programs. It doesn't come out what do you mean. So the concept remains vague because we are all listening to different words. It's like a vocabulary, it's like a shopping basket of words. So you really have to tell us what is it. And usually how I help students, I tell them, imagine 2025, you are presenting at an international conference. What have you found? What have you concluded? So what do you want to conclude? Then you come back and you focus your words. What do you want to tell the international conference in 2025? Or maybe if we are still there, what will you be telling us? What are you looking for? It doesn't come out in the whole presentation. And until you get that, you cannot decide on the methodology.
Very good. Yes, I like that combination. Without knowing what you are doing, knowing where you are going, you cannot start looking at the road that will take you there. Yes, you brought.
Yes, thank you, Professor. Thank you, Justice, for your presentation. Yeah, I was not able to mention I say, if you don't do this study, what will happen? Because you didn't tell us that, for instance, the situation currently warrants you to do this kind of study that will not come out here. As in, why should we care that you can actually do this study? Or if you don't do it, what will happen? Then I see also in focused on opinions that these national parks, you didn't tell us why these ones, not Kipepo, not Maction Falls. The introduction that will also come out. Because, I mean, I think there are also people staying near Kipepo, they are not staying near Chimari National Parks. So you need to scientifically tell us reasons why you chose these ones, not any other. Then, I briefly go to something I saw in methodology. You said you want to do an expansion design as part of your study design, and I wonder, is this going to be sequential? Is it going to be concurrent? Okay, is it going to be sequentially done? It's going to be concurrently done. And you said the dominant method will be qualitative. You didn't tell us why you think to be dominant. And maybe finally, what will be the inclusion criteria of community members? Because you said you use community members who are officials. Maybe you needed to come up with the sampling frame that shows us the inclusion criteria of any of the categories that you intend to use.
Okay. Another?
Thank you so much, Chair. Mine as I'm a proposed supervisor, but I haven't read the one, so allow me to
that's fine.
move on. So, just as I miss a lot of history of conservation and the history of trade-offs, yeah? But of course, I will not repeat what Dr. has said. That is part of it. But give us the history of conservation. What was it before? For example, pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial. Because there are many trends that happen, including the settlement of these protected areas. Number two, when you look at the trade-offs, you give us the trend from the protectionist approach of conservation, holding gun, the World Park Congress, then we see now integration of conservation and development. Then we see issues of compensation after the settlement of these protected areas, benefit sharing, power sharing, which we are currently talking about, including governance. So those are things you need to document in history. And then you tend to touch in different directions. Somehow you come to governance as if that is your strength. But remember, governance is one of the trade-offs. So if you want to go governance, then you better focus on governance. But somehow we talk about governance, integration of governance principles. I think you need to focus the study. You need to focus to get the central point of your assessment. Objectives are still a little bit messed up, you know. They are talking about different things. You can decide to look at different categories of trade-offs and how that influences livelihoods. Maybe resource trade-offs, you know, you can talk about. Maybe to tell people about the concept of trade-offs. This is where we have gazetted the national park, but we are giving you this. So has it worked for communities in terms of using the environment? I think that's what he's trying to say. Yeah, so it's like, give me and I give you. You took, like the buffer used to give in the forest, but you chased them out. But what did you give them? That's what I think he's trying to bring on board. So objectives, you need to look at that carefully. And then what is wrong with the livelihoods of people around those protected areas? What's wrong? We don't see the problem. So that livelihood question should come out strongly with backed up statistics if they are available. How many, in terms of livelihood, we have many things that you look at. You can even decide to narrow down the livelihood. Is it socio-economic livelihood? Is it political livelihood? Is it? So I think you need to focus this time. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think you've really given him a very good feedback. And overall, what I hear from the general comments is that really just as you're not telling us what your study is about. yes, of course, put there the objectives, but like we are saying, if there is no problem, then there cannot be objectives. Because objectives must run from the problem. So what I can just say is to ask yourself, what is it that you don't know about livelihoods versus conservation efforts that you would want to know? What is it that you don't know? So read about it, and then ask yourself, what is it that you want to know? That one will guide you in really focusing where you want to go. Yes, and of course, I can say that to get the right words, read about them. Know what is exactly that you are looking for, what is it that you know, you don't know, what is the problem, issue with regard to livelihoods, and why do you think these livelihoods are being affected by the conservation efforts or the trade-offs, whatever. Method is already in that field very well, and he can really guide you. But most importantly, you must get the problem right. And like we've already mentioned, really, the rule of the thumb is that without a problem, there is no methodology. Whatever method you take, really, can lead you anywhere. I mean, you need to know the problem before you select. It's the problem that defines the methodology, not the other way. So we cannot formulate the methodology before we know the problem. That's what I can say. That's the rule of the thumb. And if we follow it, then you just look for the problem properly, and then start looking for the methods that you can use. Otherwise, I wish you luck. Yes.
Where does, because we are told that if there's no problem.
Yes. So can you really respond? Where do you think you want to focus? Yeah, tell us.
Okay, thank you very much for the comments. I was taking note and listening carefully. So where my focus is.
Your problem.
No problem.
Okay, where my problem is that people have been compensated for whatever they have lost due to conservation. Where are they? And how do they compare their previous experience before any intervention in terms of compensating them for putting different programs, e.g. Putting buffers so that the animals don't pause and so on? Do they think that what they have been given is sufficient for them to live the life that they want to live? Okay. So that's why I'm looking at these objectives. Although, of course, like I said, this is still at conceptualization stage, but I will get there. So I want to look at, for example, what is the effectiveness of those compensation or whatever they have been compensated for? How effective was that compensation, and whether they would be better if they were not affected by the conservation programs.
So it's going to have a timeline. You're going to compare when they had not put the programs and after?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I think just as we shall continue guiding you, and thank you for putting this out. I think, yeah, you are in the right hands. So,
okay.
Yeah. Thank you, members, for those comments for Justice. And the third presenter is Robert Chamanywa. Chamanywa has been here for sometime last year. He presented to the panel. I think he has made some progress, and is looking at institutional policy implementation, monitoring operations, and mineral revenue performance in Uganda. So, Chamanywa, you are going to give us also in between 20 minutes, and my time will start counting now.
Thank you so much, Chair, the panel, the staff, and my fellow candidates. My study is on institutional policy implementation, monitoring operations, and the mineral revenue performance in Uganda. My supervisors are Dr. Thompson Odong from Makerere University and Dr. Rosia Sokono. Next slide. This study was motivated, and for the last 30 years or so, the government of Uganda has been involved in mineral exploration, and as a result, metallic, non-metallic, and fuel minerals have been exploited. Now, generally, there is a general perception that minerals yield a lot of wealth that can be used to transform economies. Equally, Ugandans locally, I expect that the mineral exploration in this country will strengthen the economy and reduce poverty. However, Uganda's history of institutional governance and financial management is characterized by resource mismanagement and some corrupt tendencies, and this raises some concern. Now, the concern is whether the economy, the institution, and the people in those institutions are responsible for the management of mineral resources wealth are capable of creating and transforming the economy through policies. Now, when you look at the whole of Africa, very many African countries have significant mineral endowments. And for example, Sub-Saharan Africa alone, it is estimated that per square kilometer, we have the subsoil assets valued at United States dollars, 45,000. This means that mineral-driven growth now presents an opportunity for very many impoverished African countries, but mineral endowed. Now, the challenge with mineral wealth is how do these mineral-rich countries manage the resources? The resources may be available, but how do you use them to generate sufficient revenue to transform the economy? For example, in Africa, very many mineral-rich countries have remained poor. For example, Congo, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, and very many others. But also, some African countries like Botswana have been successful. According to literature, the contradiction in the contribution of minerals to economic growth is attributed to how those institutions that manage resources manage effectively these resources and also manage the revenue from these mineral resources. Now, the underlying conclusion for Africa is that the past mineral exploration has not benefited the African countries. Background. Now, this study looked at mineral resources revenue as not emerging. Throughout history, mineral resources revenue has changed the wealth of nations, according to Adam Smith. And now, mineral resource revenue management has taken 3 stages. There has been the traditional stage, some people call it the primitive stage, or the pre-modern stage. The second stage has been the modern stage, and also the contemporary stage. Now, revenue management in the pre-modern era was not benefiting the communities. It was between the local artisans and the merchants. The local artisans would mine the minerals, make implements, and exchange with merchants. And the conclusion during the first era is that revenue was not going to government. Now, revenue started becoming a prerequisite of governments during the modern era. Now, the modern era was set off by the Industrial Revolution in Europe, This is when revenue became a prerequisite of government, and we see countries like the United States, the United Kingdom, and these other countries effectively utilizing minerals. However, even during the modern era, some countries effectively utilized the mineral resources, others did not. And now this gave birth to a contemporary solution that now emphasizes mineral policies. There was proliferation of agreements to make sure that this time those countries that are endowed with the resources would learn from those countries that have successfully managed their resources through policies. Now, the implication out of this is that developing a successful mineral economy, or for mineral resources to benefit the economy, it should be properly managed. Go to the next slide. The theoretical background. Now, this study looked at mineral resources revenue performance from an economic perspective, and also looked at mineral revenue as an economic good with aspects of common pool characteristics. Therefore, the literature that fitted best in explaining this study is that literature that explains goods of common pool characteristics. Now, this study was anchored into the rational choice theory and the institutional theory. Now, according to the rational choice theory, institutions do not make decisions, but individuals do. While the institutional theory postulates that institutions shape the behavior of individuals. Now, it is in this context that the theories determine policy outcome. Now, once individual behavior is established, the analysis goes on to establish how these individual choices interact to produce outcomes. The logical argument out of this is, since the rational choice theory postulates that institutions do not make decisions, it is the individuals who make. This means that once the voice of the individuals in these institutions is good, then the reputation of the institution is good, and preferably the outcomes will be good. And also on the other hand, the institutional theory postulates that institutions shape the behavior of individuals. Now, this means if the behavior of individuals in an institution is good, then the reputation of that institution is good, and probably the policy outcomes are good. Contextual background. Now, countrywide, there has been various projections. Various minerals have been exploited. We have this evidence. Now, the government, according to the World Bank and government of Uganda report of 2015, real GDP is projected to grow to an average of 8.8 by 2025. According to the same report, we may achieve per capita GDP of $1,000 by the end of this decade. Now, because of this, very many Ugandans hope that mineral resources revenue will strengthen the economy and reduce poverty. The conceptual framework linking institutional policy implementation, monitoring operations, and mineral revenue performance in Uganda. The constructs under institutional policy implementation were developed from the 1996 World Bank report of governance effectiveness indicators. Policy formation, policy independence, and policy commitment. And the mediating variable is monitoring operations, and the constraint standard dependent variable are award of contracts, revenue collection, and revenue distribution. Next slide. Statement of the problem. As I've already said, institutional policy implementation is a key ingredient in the management of mineral resources. The performance of mineral resources depends on how effectively these policies are formulated and how these policies are being committed to and how they are managed. Uganda, as I've already said, has significant mineral potential. And because of proliferation of these arguments, Uganda has a very strong and lethal institutional framework to make sure that these mineral resources are properly managed. But despite the presence of the legal framework, we have seen irregular awarding of contracts, for example, in the mineral sector, that has costed Uganda a lot of money. We have seen also contract rewards outside the established public service frameworks. There has been fluctuating mineral revenue performance since 2016. Now, these mineral revenue management challenges cause attention. Why? Because they threaten the achievement of mineral sector objectives and actually the hope of very many Ugandans about mineral exploration. In the researchers' view, there is no empirical study that has been there linking up institutional policy implementation, monitoring operations, and mineral revenue performance in Uganda. Thus, this study investigates the relationship between institutional policy implementation, monitoring operations, and the mineral revenue performance in Uganda. Now, the general objective of this study was to determine the relationship between institutional policy implementation and the mineral revenue performance in Uganda, while disintegrating the mediating effect of monitoring operations. The specific objectives were four. One was to determine the relationship between policy formulation and the mineral revenue performance in Uganda. The second objective was to determine the relationship between policy commitment and the mineral revenue performance in Uganda. The third objective was to determine the relationship between policy independence and the mineral revenue performance in Uganda. And the last objective was to determine the mediating effect of monitoring operations on the performance of mineral resources revenue in Uganda. The research questions. This study had four research questions. One was to find out, is there a statistically significant relationship between policy formulation and the mineral revenue performance in Uganda? Secondly, is there a statistically significant relationship between policy commitment and the mineral revenue performance in Uganda? And thirdly, is there a statistically significant relationship between policy independence and the mineral revenue performance in Uganda? And lastly, is there a mediating effect of monitoring operations on the performance of mineral resources revenue in Uganda? Next slide. Methodology. Now, this study was anchored into the positivist research orientation. Why? Because this study relies on scientific evidence using statistical analysis generated from quantitative data. Now, since the role of the researcher, the role of this study was to find out the relationship between the independent and dependent variables. And since the positivist tradition is based on the assumption that X causes Y under certain circumstances, this was the best philosophical orientation to guide the study. However, the rationale for this approach is that it enables appropriate interpretation of data and enhances rich conclusions about the phenomenon. Research design. This study adopted the cross-section survey research design because the researcher wanted to look to study a phenomenon at a given moment in time. But also, this design has very many advantages. For example, it is not geographically bound and allows to use data from large number of subjects. It also takes little time, and if you have little money like myself, it is less expensive. Now, the relevant participants from key agencies were identified purposively. And a stratified sampling approach was first employed to divide the study population into groups according to the importance in the study. And these groups I'll discuss them in the next slide. Next slide. The Mineral Policy of 2001, the Mining Act of 2003, and the Mining Regulations of 2004 is clear about the role of the Ministry of Energy and the Mineral Development, the role of NEMA, and the district local governments where minerals are found. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development is a key regulatory agency according to the tools in this country. Now, using the Morgan table, the sample size of 92 respondents was determined. That's a big. Next slide. Out of 92 questionnaires administered, 81 were successfully completed. This was at 8%. And according to the Latimer Institute, this is a very good response rate. Next slide, time. Next slide, sir. Correlation. Now, this study carried out a correlation to establish the relationship between the variables. Now, according to the results in table 4.12, all the study variables, that is policy formulation, policy independence, and policy commitment, had statistically significant correlation with revenue, performance, and all its attributes of award of contracts, revenue collection, and revenue distribution. Next slide. The study also went ahead to establish the relationship between the independent variables, that is institutional policy implementation, and the mineral revenue performance in Uganda. And according to the results, policy formulation has a statistically significant relationship with the award of contracts and revenue distribution and overall revenue performance in Uganda. However, policy independence has a positive relationship but not significant. Now, policy commitment has a statistically significant relationship with award of contracts, with the revenue collection, and overall revenue performance. Next. Now, this is the last table showing a regression analysis indicating the mediating effect. According to the mediation, the researcher used the 4 steps approach, that is, we ran 4 models. According to model 1, policy formulation is positive and predicts revenue performance. Policy commitment predicts revenue performance. Policy formulation predicts monitoring of operations, so the mediating variable, and also policy commitment predicts monitoring of operations. But now what is important is in model 3. According to the study results, monitoring of operations predicts revenue performance. However, go back to the other model, when you look at policy formulation, 3 minutes. Can I go to the next slide? Next slide, next slide. Objective declaration results reveal that policy formulation has statistically significant relationship with mineral revenue, performance, and all its dimensions. Award of contracts, revenue collection, and mineral revenue performance. Next slide. The regression analysis results for policy commitment reveal that policy commitment has a statistically significant effect on award of contracts, revenue collection, and overall mineral performance. And therefore, improvement in policy commitment by 1 unit change would improve average award of contracts, revenue collection, and overall mineral revenue performance by those figures that are already shown in the other table. Next. Objective 3, there was no significant relationship between policy independence and mineral revenue performance. The mediating effect, the regression results in the other table reveal that an increase in monitoring of operations, that the mediating variable, by 1 unit leads to those figures. Now, it is also evident that the R squared already in the previous table was 0.79, and in model 4 it increased to 0.83. Now, Therefore, the 4% of variation in minimum revenue performance is attributable to the mediated variable. Next, the conclusion. Whereas institutional policies are in place in this country, their implementation needs to be strengthened given the level of agreement with the different attributes of institutional policy implementation. The results also reveal that award of contracts was not transparent. However, the other two aspects of minimum revenue performance, that is revenue collection and revenue distribution, respondents revealed satisfaction. The results reveal that improvement in policy formulation and policy commitment significantly improve minimum revenue performance in Uganda. Therefore, given the centrality of institutional policy implementation to minimum revenue performance, the current study emphasizes the important role of strengthening institutional capacity in policy implementation. Mr. Chair, lastly, can I go to the study just 2 minutes, Mr. Chair? Thank you. The study recommendations: 1, the government of Uganda may need to think about creating an intermediate body at sectorial level to interface between policy formulation and policy commitment, and also policy tracking. This may require putting in place some form of central delivery unit at various stakeholder levels to track progress of policy creation and policy implementation. And last slide is the study contribution. Methodologically and empirically, the approach undertaken in the current study captures the role and contribution of institutions in minimum revenue performance. Theoretically, the findings provide support for the rational change theory and institutional theory, because both individual actors and institutions matter for minimum revenue performance in Uganda, and in relation to knowledge and existing literature. The study makes 3 contributions. 1, the study strengthens the 3 institutional options to boost minimum revenue performance, that is policy formulation, policy commitment, and policy independence. And secondly, the study indicates that public sector stakeholders and institutions need to strengthen policy implementation. Because the 2, institutions and individual actors, move together, they work together. And lastly, institutional policy implementation is not enough, especially in weak governance systems without a strong monitoring of policy operations. Thank you, Mr. Chief.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We've just done it really in just slightly 2 minutes above time, and that's okay. Welcome comments. Yes, so good.
Yeah, thank you, the presenter. I like the animation. You saw animated, the series is there, so that's good confidence. I like it. However, when I look at your problem statement, maybe they could flash it. Because I've listened to you, I've tried to see how you define your variables in the problem statement, and actually tried to relate the problem statement with your topic and the study variables, and I don't see that way. To that extent, excuse me, you see, you talk about award of contracts, talk about the PPD Act. All this to me does not talk about the performance of minimum revenue in this country. So, the extent that the dependent variable is not defined in your problem statement, then I find
about the dependent variable.
The dependent variable. You don't talk about the dependent variable at all in the problem statement. And to me, that's an area I need to improve. Otherwise, the fact that you don't define your variables in the problem statement, then I wonder how you proceed with the study. Then on the second slide, after that, I see you have research questions, and yet you actually have a quantitative study. I thought you would have hypotheses arising out of the literature that you've reviewed. Otherwise, I don't see answers for these research questions in your findings. Then, briefly, I will go to methodology. I have again failed to see you clearly bringing out the unit of analysis and the unit of what was your unit of analysis, what was your study population. And you said you even did stratification. I didn't see you coming out to tell us the stratifying factor. What was your basis of stratification? Okay. Then, of course, I see you have findings, but I didn't see whether you did parametric tests. I didn't see how you tested mediation, because there are robust techniques, known techniques of testing mediation. And most important, as you present your results, you don't in any way relate them to theory or literature. Otherwise, to me, they are more or less political statements. I need to see rigor in it that links your findings with literature and objectives. Basically, you need to organize a little bit. Then finally, I see you with conclusions. Where do you base yourself to make such conclusions?
Okay.
Right.
Yes,
Thank you, Professor. Mine, there are not many. One is about setting of hypotheses. They look not to be directional. I don't know whether they are now or whether they are alternative. So that at the end of the day, there is either rejection or acceptance. Two, when it came to writing the models, evaluation, statistics, and identifying the model 1, model 2, model 3, the arrangement looks different. Because one cannot easily identify where model 1 starts or ends or the outcome. So mostly the arrangement of models is unique. As for now, since I'm also candid, maybe a member was also seeing the screen. I don't know why he was seeing the screen. Okay, yet I knew they were in himself. Other than that, I'm also candid.
All right, thank you, Robert. Most of the issues have been raised. The problem is not clear. And you are measuring revenue performance by what? Which is totally wrong. You need to correct it. That's not how we measure revenue performance. Since it is not reflected in a problem statement, we need to improve on that. We need also to follow postgraduate handbook. So your historical, whatever, that is you and mine. You need to get our postgraduate handbook and follow. I saw you talking about procurement process, not revenue performance as an indicator. When you talk of awarding contracts, maybe in procurement does not measure revenue performance. We need to correct that. Chair, I think I saw.
Thank you. More comments for the candidate? Yeah.
I want to make a general comment. I think the students are so focused on the statistics. And I don't know who's driving this. Because when you are presenting, you should present to the audience and assume it is your grandmother who does not know statistics. So that when you are presenting, if I am a politician, I am able to pick something which I can implement. Like now, I don't know if I can implement anything here. And people tell us you have to be in the field. No. If you are a good presenter, I will pick something from your presentation. And when you say institutional policy, if you say revenue performance, if you say what were the other things, mineral resource management, revenue management, mineral endowments, I expected more of real information that I can take to implement. So it becomes political statements, we eat mobile, we don't know what to do with it. Be researchers, not politicians. And it's happening. I've listened to the three groups, the three people. It's more political statements. We don't understand what the whole thing is, what the revenue performance. How did you review the policies? What did you conclude when you looked at the institutional policies? What did you come out with, apart from the statistical values? When you looked at revenue, how are we performing? Can I go out with anything? So So when, I don't know, I would like actually, now I want to read your books because I have not picked anything from the presentations.
Okay.
How are we performing? Can you give me like an answer? In your own words, without looking at this thing?
We are performing poorly.
What does poorly mean?
Because there is a table that shows our performance since 2016 to date.
Well, how is poorly measured? What are you talking about when you say we are performing poorly? Is it marks, is it scores, is it money, is it dollars, is it diamond, is it gold? What is it? These are political statements and they don't mean anything to the person listening to you here.
I think that goes really to all of us, like she has said. Let's learn to speak the language that people can understand. Yes, this is an academic institution, but academics, it's no wonder that they tell us that we are detached from ground. If we invited the politicians here to learn about this, then they would run away and say, well, I don't understand. And you remember this today, that's why we opened up for the public. And if the public cannot understand it, what is policy implementation? What is policy implementation?
The act of putting policies into reality.
Okay, what is the reality? you get it? And why? How do you translate that reality? Then first talk about it, then tell us. For us, when we go into numbers and the statistics and this, when I talk of rolling out the policy, that is implementation. Okay? People are following it. People are doing this. People are. Then you calculate the statistics about it, how many people talked about it. Because that's all about statistics. But how many people talked about that policy that is being rolled out, and what does it mean? Why is it hard to talk about? Then, of course, they've talked about revenue management and revenue performance. What is it? What is revenue performance? The professor can advise you on how we measure performance of revenue. Huh? What is it? I would think that is what the revenue is supposed to do. Are we together? And is it doing it? I would understand it that way. And of course, yeah, I would have loved to see rational choice theory. You say that the study is, I don't know, tell us more about rational choice theory. What did you do with the rational choice theory?
No, the rational choice theory, in summary, postulates that individuals do not make decisions. Institutions do not make decisions, but it is the individuals who make decisions in an institution.
That's not true. Rational choice theory is about reasoned action, and it's about trade-offs. How much do you sacrifice? And the more when you think of how much I sacrifice, the opportunity cost basically. Okay? What is the opportunity cost of me doing this? What do I sacrifice? And when it goes to rational choice theory, we are talking about people taking calculated decisions. It's about rational thinking. Are we together? So the way you conceptualize rational choice theory, you need to read more about it. Okay? If I have to be here, I must calculate well how much I sacrifice for me being here. And as long as my being here, the benefit is more than me being somewhere else, then I come here. That's rational decision making. Simple. So we would want you to really actualize that thinking into this and tell us how rational choice theory explains the actions of politicians, actions of decision makers. Okay? In our world, we say politicians will always think of where they will allocate the budget where they benefit most. Are we together? That's rational thinking. That when I know that in this budget, if I calculate, if I know I will visit roads and I will get an allowance, that's where I will put my budget. And if I know my allowance, if I go to schools, allowances will go to DOs. Then as a politician, I won't allocate my budget. That's how our politicians behave in parliament. That's how they behave in councils. That's rational choice. Okay? And of course, maximizing rate seeking and all that. I read about it in Quebec. Thank you very much. Any other? Yes.
Too many abbreviations in your presentation? They are not allowed.
Okay.
You are using your own abbreviations and then you are using too many and so people wondering what is this, what is RC, what is RD, it's kind of very disturbing.
Okay, good. So, in short, really think about the problem statement and explain it. And so be brief within 3 minutes. Answer what you can.
I just have to comment. One is to thank all of you members for the positive criticism. I've taken everything in good faith. And in the interest of time, I just say thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I think we are not doing badly. It's 2 o'clock, 10 minutes past 2. And we have our presenter, 2 presenters remaining. We have Pius or something like that. Pius, did he come? Is he online? Okay, do we have Judith Alinfe? Okay, Judith Alinfe, the floor is yours. She's looking at human resource development practices, information technology use, and job performance of academic staff in universities in Western Uganda. You're welcome. Okay, 20 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, members. I am Judith Arinfe, and I'm on proposal level. I'm a first-year student. My topic is human resource development practices, information technology use, and job performance of academic staff in universities in Western Uganda. My supervisors are Associate Professor Adrian Messenger and Dr. Parasitic. Background of the study. University academic staff have the responsibility of carrying out effective teaching, high-level research and publication, supervising students' research, supervising internship, working with students on activities other than coursework, interacting with students outside classroom, and offering community services. In line with teaching, in the inception of university, the core was teaching, and that is how they valued the performance of academic staff. But later, towards the end of the 19th century, there's introduction of research, and they weighed and ranked performance of academic staff in relation to teaching and also research. But however, there has been an outcry that the quality of teaching in universities is low, especially in universities in the developing countries of Africa, and research carried out by the academicians is of low level, rarely carry out community engagement, and the knowledge they produce and innovations scarcely enter environments outside universities such as the industry. Therefore, to address the problem of poor performance of academic staff in universities, this proposed study will investigate factors that can enhance performance of academic staff in universities, looking at human resource development practices and information technology use. The problem statement. Performance of academic staff is important as far as success of universities and development of countries is concerned. In university rankings released in January 2022 by Webometrics, and this, the ranking looked at the teaching quality, it looked at research, it looked at employability of graduates in the market, and also looked at how the universities are at the international level, how they are known. Based on that, the rankings are as follows. Kampala International University was ranked at that position, 2,802. Bara University of Science and Technology was ranked at 2,894. Mountains of the Moon at 5,679. Kabale University at 5,873. And Bishop Stuart University at 6,486. 488. In terms of teaching, the absence of academic staff from their jobs is in both public and private universities in Uganda, including those in Western Uganda, is worrying. Although Kabuga associates this with the burnout among university academic staff. As part of efforts to improve academic staff performance, the universities have put in place programs for academics to enhance their research capacities. And also universities have introduced and have performance appraisers that help in line when they want to promote the academic staff. The performance appraisers are a guide so that one does not stay at one level. In addition, the universities have established information technology infrastructure, including the broadband and Wi-Fi internet. Despite these efforts, job performance has remained poor, and if not addressed, their growth will be stifled and there will be slow development of the country because of low quality human capital churned out and failure of universities to contribute to improved technology development, knowledge transfer, and innovation from the universities. In line with all that I read about under this study, there is no study that has been in line with performance of academic staff in Western Uganda. Therefore, that is why this study is there to find out the effect of human resource development practices, information technology use on job performance of academic staff in Western universities. The study will be guided by two theories, and the first theory will be perceived organization supports theory, whereby the organization values employees outside the contractual agreement, whereby they look into what an employee gives beyond what you sign and what your job description is. Then employees get rewards extended, and that's the same, extended outside the contractual agreement. The limitations of perceived organization support theory are, in case of unfair treatment of an employee, it is regarded to the organization, not on an employee who could have mistreated a fellow employee. Then unfair treatment leads to low performance of the organization. And perceived organization support theory is going to help and guide in human resource development practices. Then the second theory is task technology fit theory. This assists individuals in accomplishing their tasks, and one is more productive. Then there is also when task technology fit is higher, when technology's functionality, TTF is higher when technology's functionality and the requirements of the user match. In line with this, if I want to achieve something, I am able to have the skills, the technical skills under the specific technology that I need and what I want to attain. So if I have these skills and the technology is available, then I am able to perform better as an employee of an organization. And this will help in human resource development practices and job performance of academic staff, because we are looking at information technology use to be a moderating variable. Then general objective is to examine the relationship between human resource development practices and information technology use with job performance of academic staff in universities in Western Uganda. Specific objectives vis-a-vis the research questions. The first objective is to establish the relationship between human resource development practices and job performance of academic staff in universities in Western Uganda. research question shall be what human resource development practices for academic staff are implemented in universities. The second objective is to establish the relationship between information technology use and job performance of academic staff. And this will be guided by the research question, how is information technology used by academic staff in universities in Western Uganda? The third objective shall be to test the moderating effect of information technology use on the relationship between human resource development practices and job performance of academic staff in universities in Western Uganda. And our guiding research question is, what is the extent of job performance of academic staff in universities in Western Uganda? Research hypothesis. I used the alternative hypothesis because I wanted to assume that whatever effect, whatever is in the field, there is always a relationship. Whether minimal, whether minor, but there is a relationship. And our first hypothesis is there is a significant relationship between human resource development practices and job performance of academic staff in universities in Western Uganda. Then there is a significant relationship between information technologies and job performance of academic staff in universities in Western Uganda. Third hypothesis, information technology use has a significant moderating effect on the relationship between human resource development practices and job performance of academic staff in Western Uganda. Area of study, why Western Uganda? Western Uganda has 9 chartered universities and more institutions that are affiliated. And out of the 9, a study is going to be among the 5 chartered universities. 3 are public and 2 are private. And the public are Bara University of Science and Technology, Kabale University, Mount Elizabeth. And the 2 private shall be Bishop Stuart University and Kampala International University, Western Campus. A time scope shall be in 2023 because the study is cross-sectional. I'll be able to get information in a short time, and this will help to capture whatever will be in the field at that time. The significance of the study. To the policymakers, the findings of this proposed study may provide them a basis for formulation and implementation of human resource development practices and information technology use in an effort to enhance job performance of academic staff. To managers of universities, the study will reveal appropriate human resource practices and technology use which may be benchmarked to enhance performance of academic staff. To the academic staff, the study will reveal performance levels. This will be a basis for self-reflection and making effort to improve performance. In addition, this study will contribute to the body of knowledge by providing researchers and academics with new knowledge on human resource development practices and information used in an effort to enhance the performance of academic staff now that the study will be in the universities in Western Uganda. Conceptual framework. An independent variable is about human resource development practices. And under human resource development practices, we looked at the system and other agreed programs that can help the human resource. And this to develop a human resource officer and employee, we are going to look at training, financial rewards, promotion, job enrichment, and organizational policies. All these are outside the contractual agreement, but they help an employee or an academic staff to be better and perform well in job performance. And then the independent variable, which is human resource development practices, is going to affect directly the dependent variable, which is job performance. And under job performance, like we say, the academic staff outside the university setting. But we also have the moderating variable, which is the technology use, because we want to look at the moderating variable either strengthens or weakens the relationship between the independent variable and the dependent variable. So technology use is going to be looked at under instructional use, managerial use, and research use. How will an academic staff use this to better the human resource and also better the job performance? Methodology. The study will use cross-sectional design because this is going to be in a short period of time and it is going to help the researcher get information. So first, then it will also use the correlation design because we want to look at the relationship between human resource development practices, information technology use, and job performance. The study population and sample size is determined by Craigie and Morgan, and the academic staff that the study will center on are PhD holders because these have more knowledge. They have gone through different levels in an academic setting. They are able to give us more relevant information about human resource development practices, technology, and technology use. So Bishop Stewart has 26, the sample size will be 24. Cavalry University 60, 52 as sample size, and all these will be determined through simple random sampling. But we'll also have officers of universities who will be interviewing. These we shall use the questionnaires, the PhD academic staff. But the officers of the university, we shall use interviews, and those will be determined when we go to the field. Research approach will use both quantitative and qualitative approach. The data collection instruments will use self-administered questionnaires for the PhD academic staff and interview guide for officers of the university. Data shall be analyzed through qualitative, where we will involve the descriptive and inferential analysis and then qualitative analysis. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Sima, because you've given us enough time. We are still having 4 minutes on your radar, so we can now give you comments. Members, we've heard Judith. Let's give her comments to improve our work. Our work is still being proposed. Yeah, it's a proposal level, so yeah. Okay.
All right, Chair, thank you. You are in which faculty? Thank you, Aimeti, for your presentation. Aimeti, are you looking at organizational performance or job performance?
Job performance.
When you go to the problem statement, is it focusing on employee performance or organizational performance?
I'm looking at an employee's performance, an employee's
God bless you.
Your problem statement.
Where is employee performance there? You need to work on that. And normally, your performance has standards. I've not seen it. Okay, you need to work on that. You said you are going to look at PhD only as academic staff. And that's how you're going to measure job performance of academic staff. How representative is that? Do you know lecturers with masters that they might be doing very well compared to PhD? That is true. So, do you think your study again on your study population. Where did you get the statistics from? I never saw the source.
It is from National Council of Higher Education. I didn't put it from the team. It's from National
That's where
Council.
you found out that the Mara University has 88 PhDs.
Yes.
But it is not sure. And again, you mentioned that you are going to use simple random sample. Can you walk us through? Just walk us through, because this is at proposal level.
Yes.
Just tell us how simple it is and how you are going to do it.
Okay. I intend to visit the universities and be introduced to the faculties, then by also the human resource officer, and be given a list of names of the PhD holders and be able to interact with some of them. That is what
That is your simple random samples. So you need to also to read about it and know what it means. Yes.
Okay. Let's move on.
Thank you, Professor. I want you to start your own statement. There's only one word which has excited me. When you say that there is no study. There.
No study that has looked at the academic performance and human resource.
Maybe to the rest of the students here, such a statement, when you give it, and you don't even give evidence, to me, I can call it a possession research of rules, where there is no need of evidence. Because when you say no study, surely, I know like 5 studies. After I give 5 studies, which have exactly looked at this very topic. So to me, when you say no study has looked at this, I think that's not necessarily. Number 2, I see you have research questions and hypotheses. So when you have relationships, that means your study is measured quantitative. And once it is quantitative, it means you have hypotheses and not research questions. And to state your hypotheses, they are stated after reviewing the literature. Yeah, maybe the rest can.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and Judith, for your presentation. When I look at the research questions, I don't know, but some of these questions look elementary. And you ask to what extent, what is the extent of job performance of academic staff? We are at PhD level. Maybe, I don't know the extent to which you will cover that question, whether you will interrogate it further using qualitative data, but to me, that sounds elementary. And it looks also that you are already biased in your mind. You are going to conduct a biased study. Because when you tell us you are going to consider Bishop Stewart University and KIU as private universities, what is the criterion for selecting them? Did you dream about them and decided to go to them? Because there are more private universities here in Western Uganda, which you needed to go. So you needed to go with an open mind, okay? And as Dr. Chijambo says, focusing on those people who have PhDs really is highly skewed, It is biasing strong. You need to be open, okay? But by the end of the day, when you talk about what you have brought on board, the new knowledge, we need to understand maybe those of us who have PhDs no longer perform. It is junior people who perform. But if you go focusing on PhDs, really you will not do justice to this study, okay? And finally, The table regarding objectives and what? And yes, that very table.
That one.
I don't connect because it's like an objective looks in the east, and then the corresponding hypothesis looks in the west. They don't connect at all. So it is really important that you work with your supervisor to see that there is harmony in those objectives, and then the research question or the hypothesis as have been advised.
Thank you. Conceptual framework?
I think there are very many things that confound job performance. Because when I see technology affecting my job performance, I don't know. It's so minor. There are very many things. For example, like for us, we're talking about those who have PhDs, we are worried about retirement. That's why we're not performing. I don't sit here. We are upset because we are looking for cows and goats and pigs. What you've given us here is solid talk in terms of affecting how I perform. You have looked at things like motivation, like recognition, like it's you've kind of like I don't know how to. So there are so many compounders. Things like even the quality of the students we are having currently, everybody wants a document. And now we are trying to give you comments, you are on the defensive. All you want is your paper on the PhD. So I don't know how you're going to put all those here. Your concept framework has touched very small things in performance. My other question is, what is your unit of analysis? Is it staff?
Unit of analysis.
Staff? Are you analyzing my performance as an individual? Or are you analyzing performance of the university? What is your unit of analysis? Is it the university? Is it Imbara University? Or it is Melda and Shijam? Where are you basing that analysis? So, this needs to be.
Yes. Thank you very much. Judith, I think you have good feedback. I want to, I echo what they have looked at. You tend to look at performance. You need to really make a distinction between the performance of the university and the performance of academic staff. Because when you look at the matrix, they are looking at performance of our institution. Yet there are other ways, whereas you are able to look at my teaching, my research, but in problematizing that did not come out real at the individual level, but even at the institutional level. And then my other thinking is that why would you have a theory that has limitations? My guide is that you need to look at a theory and how it is used in research. Usually when we look at a theory, we have a situation of performance, which you are looking at, and we look for what explains poor performance. And I would go for theory that would explain poor performance. That is how you identify a theory that works. And I would go for a theory that is not in a way limited in explaining what I am explaining. Right? And if you are a statistician, then you would go to test why that theory is not cannot offer an explanation. My other thinking is that you need to understand the way universities are formed and how they are shifted from being private to public. And I saw you really equating public and chartering. The universities, Bishop Stewart and the KU are chartered. And chartering universities passes a very, very rigorous process of looking at what they do and all of that. Public universities used to be formed by Act of Parliament, and lately they have been formed by political statements. I don't know whether Parliament visits again, and it looks, I know Mbara University was, when you look at the history, and Makerere and the other ones, they were formed by an act of parliament. Kabale University, political state. Usoka University, political state. And by the time we make a choice to study all these universities and put them in one basket, you must really have a very strong justification. And of course, with these universities, minus the web matrix, we are at different levels of footing, politics, history, and all of that. So there must be a strong justification as to why you study all these universities. And so my advice is really take keen interest in justifying your choice of universities that you are studying. Otherwise, you'll land in trouble, justifying and looking at what you study. Again, hypothesis. Go to the table of objectives and yeah. What is the extent of job performance? What was your problem of investigation? Usually we have the unknown and an unknown variable. The independent variable is expected to be known, and the dependent variable is unknown and we are investigating it. So this issue of research questions, I think you need to read more about research questions. I think Cresswell guides you on how to state research questions when you are doing a quantitative study, and Adrian Holiday will help you to look into how to state research questions when you are doing a qualitative study. I think I can only stop there by guiding you on what literature you need to use. And yeah, why? Like, if I can reframe what Dr. Melida is restating, why did you pick human resource development practices? There are so many factors that really explain our performance. In terms of problematizing, normally when there is a problem, yes, of performance, if you assume, or from your literature, from what you read, and from what is given, that academic staff are not doing their job right, why did you pick on human resource development practices? And moreover, you are saying that if you ask the number of PhDs that we have churned out lately in our universities, then we would be doing very well. It's a recent graduate. For the first time, I think Marai University graduated 21. Last graduation. That means we are developing very well. So why are you picking on human resource development? It means that we are doing very well in terms of human resource development. Why are you picking it? I would think, from theory, if really human resource development is, we are doing very well by training people, by churning out many PhD holders, then we would be doing well in terms of outputs or our job performance. So why are you picking on human resource development? So you need to justify that. You may not need to answer. So for everything we do, normally in research, there should always be a reason. I still stop there in methodology. Yeah, methodology, I think you need really to think again hard in terms of, they have already raised the question of why are you picking PhD holders only? And you didn't tell us, you just told us for administrative staff, you decide when you get there. Yes. I think you need really to know beforehand which administrative staff will answer your questions in relation to the problem you are investigating. That is about justification. Otherwise, you are a statistician who is going there without knowing why you are there. So you need to think that. So thank you very much. If you have anything, yes, just some questions.
Mine is general to the panelists.
Yes.
I'm wondering, at what level should we avoid mentioning institutions by name? For example, if you're doing research in these universities, for privacy purposes, you're not supposed to mention them at some point. So we have a relation here. At what point should we avoid to mention the university and bring it down?
I think she's asking an ethical question.
Yeah,
ethics.
Yes.
I think mentioning names will go or along with what ethical issues are we dealing with. And if we're really mentioning that universities are not performing, if you think it will harm universities in any way, then don't mention it. But if you think that this mentioning does not harm them, after all, we publish our results and we want to be happy when our results are seen. There's no reason why we should work. Actually, when you mention us, we feel happy because we welcome. However, to answer the ethical question, normally when we are asking the ethical question, one of the challenges, I am not asking this question, ethical concerns, I always tell my students, when you think ethics, always first think, how is my research going to harm respondents? Then you work backwards to avoid that harm. Are we together? It's only when you know the harm that your research will cause that then you can propose the ethical issues you will deal with. I think that's how I can only answer. Because what I normally see with the students is just to produce what is in books, confidentiality, anonymity, informed consent, without telling us why you need to protect them, why you need them to be informed beforehand, before you carry on research. So I always tell students to when to think ethics is to think of your study and think of how is it going to cause harm to my respondents. Okay? And when you think the harm that you are going to cause, then you think of how to deal with it. Not simply, we know all of that this is the way. One, informed consent. People must participate when they really know what they are going into. Confidentiality, I must keep confidential information. That's what you are asking, for example, when it comes to nails. That this is confident. But are you sure it's going to harm us when you mention that we are not producing research? Not really, because for us we said, yes, the more we are out by publishing what we are not doing, then the more we welcome. And we want actually our results to be published. Everyone to know what we are doing. So that may not harm us. But I want you to think that way. That is my opinion. Other panelists can help you answer that question of ethics. Any other? Time for break?
It's the name of break.
Is the name of break?
Yes.
Okay.
Normally, when you talk of ethics, you are referring to protect the participants and you yourself, the researcher. If you feel you want to mention the name and it's going to affect you, that is an ethic. And again, normally when it comes to results, this is at the proposal level. When it comes to results, you are not supposed to disclose names. That is what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I have one last piece. Yes, I have one last session. One last session. This one was our last presenter. Do you have responses? Or, yeah, I can give you a chance to present before I sum up, you know?
Thank you so much, Coach. Thank you, supervisors. This has helped me. It has given me guidance, at least from the beginning. I am going to put my work in order, and where need be, and which is compulsory, please allow to be consulted.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. My last session is to really think of where we are and what we can do. That one I will ask a general question to the presenters, the panelists, to everybody who is here. The question is about, yes, where are we as PhD students and what do you think we can do best to help you move? As simple as that. Or what can we do best for our students to move? And if I can actualize that question, earlier I was discussing with several colleagues during tea break. We have a challenge of students disappearing. We register, They come, we give them comments, they disappear, and we never see them. And if we can start there, how can we ensure that you are available? Are we together? So what is it that we can do? Can you help us really? Because that is very important for us. Yes?
Hi, thank you, Professor. If you want us to move with us. We'd like you to be available for us. Just in case we call you, we email you, we text you, please accept us and reply us, and we shall move with you.
And we are saying you don't call us. You see what I'm saying? What we have been discussing with our colleagues is that you don't call us. And let me remind you, today we are having taught seminars, taught programs. Be there. Ask the graduate coordination unit where what is being taught now, and so that you can join. Those programs are meant to help you. Those programs are meant to help you. Look for courses in theory, look for courses in methodology, look for courses in pedagogy, they will help you move. And then chorus, we are ready.
Thanks a lot, Professor. And thanks a lot. I've read on this program. And the challenge is that sometimes the supervisors you allocate to us give us very, very little time. I must be honest with this, until I got the recent supervisors, I had that challenge. Today I have received these comments and I'm going to read. If I shared them with my two supervisors, I want to assure you in 4 or 5 days I will receive a feedback, which was not the case. Okay? And now I'm seeing the difference. Since 2015, I've been having that problem. Okay. So the challenge is sometimes the supervisors do not give us time. That's why, like active supervisors, their students are able to go through the system. It is not because we are there.
Okay? Yes. Supervisor available. We shall be available. I will commit. Yes. But he has.
I just wanted to ask, is there a place where students can go when they are in trouble? Exactly.
Yeah, reading the handbook, there is a conflict resolution part.
Where is
There's a handbook. A handbook, our master handbook has issues when problems arise.
But they have
in our handbook. And it tells us where to go in case. The handbook is online. Master handbook.
She's asking where does the student
Is there a physical place?
Yeah, I mean when there is the handbook guides, but of course when there is we have the faculties.
Yes, we do.
We have the faculties. We have the postgraduate.
One more. What about you? Hmm?
Because the issues are
You have one person to
the
present.
students disappear at lecture, disappear. So a student who wants to teach at lecture has disappeared. Where does the student go?
What is the director? My thinking.
I also want to know.
There's a faculty. He's the dean. He's the dean. Help us answer the question. That's the students go.
Normally. How are you doing, members? Yes, that is great. Normally, students belong to the faculty, and we have the coordinators. I've been telling students that if you have a problem with the supervisor, talk to the coordinator, put it in writing, because when you put it in writing, you come to the dean. The dean will write to the director requesting to change supervisors. The director will give us authority, and then we shall work with the student. Who do you think will supervise him? We shall write to that supervisor requesting him to give us a CV. We look through the CV, we forward the name, the directorate, the supervisor is appointed.
I think by the time you reach at the level of writing the dean, things have really gone very bad. But before you take things very far, know what is wrong with your supervisor. It's okay, because like I said, we are adults, all adults, and we have a job to do. She's writing on job performance. We have a duty. Write to me an email and ask me, I have sent you work 2 weeks ago and I haven't seen feedback. I will either respond. Just even call me. Then after that, if I don't respond to you, then I have an office as well. Walk in. It's okay. Don't get tired. Walk in. And if I don't resolve your issue, that's why I say the handbook is really elaborate on the procedures to take to resolve conflicts. If really I fail to attend to you, then write to the dean or the coordinator. Then the coordinator will take the responsibility before he writes even to the graduate school. Because he might write and then they find actually that the supervisor has a different issue. So he will write to the supervisor and the supervisor will give an explanation. Recently I think we saw in our faculty we saw a request to give a report on the progress of each student and our supervisor. And that is part of tracing what we are doing. Right? So please,
thank you, Professor. But some of the things that, for example, a dean is an administrator, and your supervisor is a staff.
Yes.
And you're in the hands of the supervisor. Now, when you write to the dean, you are reporting him to the boss. And there is this concept, Professor, that be careful. The supervisor has your PhD. That's why some of the things you say, let me persist.
Actually, let me advise you. I have already said that your registration with the university also goes with money. Long is gone when you pay for a service and you don't get it. Wait for 43 million on your head and you don't want to write to me. I don't have your PhD. Actually, you have your PhD, and it's you to push me to. And I don't want you to go in the fist fighting. However, I am saying use those channels. Really, when you call me and I don't respond, when you write to me, you send me a proposal and I don't read it. When 3 times, 4 times, then it means you can even walk to my office. That is personal now. When I am not helping you, then you have another place to address. However, before Imelda comes in, I must appreciate the institutional challenges. He raised the one question of how are we choosing supervisors. I come from a different institution in terms of choosing supervisors, and I'm trying to see how MAST can cooperate with it, and how students. I always say, if you are choosing a supervisor, choose a supervisor not on the basis of your friend, but the basis of someone who knows. And we have had an institutional challenge. I must appreciate that when we are selecting supervisors, sometimes we look at who has a PhD on that, and we may not go into technical aspects of who is so technical in this field. And so you find that really the supervisors allocated to you may not be well versed in the field. And that's where the issue comes in of really can the institution help you to work if you are not working. Are we together? So I would advise that really don't hide it. Don't hide it. If you hide it, you will suffer with it. Dr. Merida, speak as someone else.
I would like to say don't advise them to write letters.
That's what I say.
Because when they write to the dean, and I'm the one who has failed to supervise, they will come back to my department and no one is going to supervise them.
Exactly.
So we have
I said that is the last resort, Imelda.
Writing, putting things in writing
is the last resort.
That's
why I say. That's why I say. Doctor, let's take things really, let's be honest.
For my case, I was really an assistant by the faculty, the dean was there, everybody was there.
Yes, I mean, Dr. Merida, I didn't say write immediately. Don't write immediately, but first by the time we write, there must be justification as the supervisor has failed to resolve. If an undergraduate student writes complaining about his marks and resolving, what about the PhD student? An undergraduate student writes complaining about his mark, his failed grade, or her failed grade, and we write to the examiner. I am a senator, I am a head of department, and there is no fear and there is no prejudice in writing to the lecturer who examined the student to explain why this student failed. Are we together? And the lecturer will go into his mark sheet and make a detailed report of why this student has failed a number. And we explain to the student why the student failed. And there is nobody seeing this student. What's wrong with a PhD student who has written to me, who has submitted his proposal 6 months ago? I never responded. Who has come to my office and I promised to read his work and I don't? Who has done everything? You see, I am starting from there. Who have done everything to ensure that I assist? And I have not done. Not writing, but I have not been assisted. It's in our handbook even. For me, I would say don't simply write, but first use all the available mechanisms to resolve the issue. If the issue is not resolved, if that is the last resort, even if you write to AR, I don't have a problem with that. So let us do our part.
Yes, you are talking
as a
in your own perspective, and you are as honest as me.
Yes.
But believe you me, the students in these faculties.
Okay. I hope you are coming back after lunch.
No, we are done.
I was telling her.
Somebody does not present
Not common at supervising.
I didn't see your name.
My name is.
Ikoti something?
No, I know it.
Huh?
You can come after that.
Okay. Yeah, we have 2 sessions, and I don't know the afternoon session.
I think the afternoon session has different chairs.
Because Elena is indicated in science works I'm supposed to be doing.
I don't know. Anyway, so let's try to.
Yes, I have a request. Members,
That's what I was telling you.
just a minute. Members, just a minute. As mature students, we really carry a lot on ourselves. And this is different with handling undergraduates. My request is that our supervisors be our mentors and help us in the panels, listen to us beyond academic issues. Some people fall out of school not because something else is pressing us. I lost a student in the last 2 exams at Masters. We knew later that he didn't have money to pay that, and we were so disappointed. He didn't talk. So if my supervisor looks for me, to listen to me why things happen. Some people are very emotional. Something happens and the person blacks out. So I think before we report the supervisors, let our supervisors report us. And the university can help follow me up. And maybe I know somebody recently and nobody knows. That can help us.
So let's also be part of the trusting our students. I think that's what she's saying. We supervisors, like I say, you know where your students are. You know where our students are. I don't know personally.
Yes, thank you, Professor Lisa. And listening on what she has stated. Some of us have gone to the extent of using our own airtime so many times following students. And when we follow them and they succeed, it is our number. They switch off. They don't speak. They don't take students. Okay? It is a two-way. They don't yeah. And again, even what is your problem? For example, I have a student who defended, I signed every document, but the person did not graduate. I followed until I left to other people.
Okay, conversation can continue after lunch. They are pressurizing me that we should go for lunch, as if I know most business lunch can be finished. Otherwise, I took tea at 10, at 11, I didn't mind about lunch. Dr. Tijambo, will you take over after lunch? I'm disappearing. Honestly, I'm disappearing. I have an emergency which I have to show you. So after lunch, take over. You know, people who say I have no problem with writing. Yes, it's your business. Me, I'm done. You don't write to me, I'm done. But I was not talking to God to be here. Yes.
Professor, thank you.
Yeah.
This thing can remain here. Is it right?
session. Doctor. Yes, I'm good.
Next year agenda that we're supposed to be here.
In the next room, in the next session, number 2 afternoon. Also give me your disk set. No.
Who else is? You also? Yes. Okay. And you also. You have three of them now. Who is coming first? You're also presenting, and you too.
The first one.
The first one.
On the list.
Also, maybe you can get their
Yeah.
their PowerPoint. You have to can use your computer if you still want.
Okay, that one. I'm fine. Hey, okay. But the other side, not in control, now what? There are many anti-disciples for power.
No, need power. That's why the come and present.
Okay. It is there. Hey, there is nothing there.
You can pass it.
Are you presenting today? Yes. Who is Michael? Michael Biamuka. He's not here.
No, I'm not the one, of course.
I'm
presenting here, but
what's your name?
Julius. I'm the second presenter in this room. But for social science, yes, I see someone who is in social sciences, but he did not present. They presented just much at the home. They put him science, exactly social science. If there is a panel, it's not something you can present to.
Since remember still taking pictures, but for the interest of time, Walter is here. Julius is here.
So we are not going to use it. We are not going to use the mic. My mingi.
Okay, members, is it? Well, so you're ready? Are you taking your picture? Okay, presenters. I see Walter, you can. One more. Are you taking the pictures of all the presenters? Walter, you can. I give you the microphone. And the chairperson is not so you have 10 minutes of presentation. 1:15. 5. So what is the mic?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, so that's the title of my study. Synthesis of mesoporous solvents from bio-waste for sustainable fluoride removal from water. My name is Walter Ojo. My registration number is there. I think I'm somewhere in the 4th to 5th year, somewhere in the middle there. I'm now compiling. So the study was supported by those organizations. Fluoride contamination affects about 2 billion people in over 30 countries. And this increased the burden to access clean water. Many countries have reported fluoride contamination, and it affects hundreds of millions. In China, for example, up to 45 million people are reported to be suffering from fluorosis. 64% of Indian adolescents were detected with fluorosis, and many others. Coming back here in Uganda, about 24% of children were detected with dental fluorosis, with 84% of these occurring in rural areas, according to Peter et al. 2019. That map shows the distribution of fluoride in the world, with the red showing the highest amount of fluoride above the recommended limit of 1.5 milligrams per liter. Next. This occurrence of excess fluoride in water limits the attainment of SDG 6.1, which aims at provision of safe drinking water to the population by 2030. But occurrence of such pollutants in water limits attainment of this SDG target. The crater lakes are major sources of water in the study area, which is in Indali Kasenda, because these communities are scattered and are not supplied by national water. So they depend on crater lakes, which don't have inlets or outlets, and therefore their water originates from underground majorly. And yet, again, up to 400 million people in sub-Saharan Africa obtain drinking water from underground sources. So occurrence of excess fluoride in such waters affect millions of these people, and they have potential of developing these fluorosis-related diseases. Again, origin of potential contaminants in these lakes is not known, and this warranted a study to establish the physicochemical quality of this water with special emphasis on fluoride contamination. Next. Again, high fluoride concentration above 1.5 milligrams per liter was reported by Ngoma in 1990, and our study also proved the same. So there is need to come up with some remediation technology to avert this potential crisis or health-related problem as a result of excess fluoride. So this calls for suitable sorbents which can remove fluoride, should be easily accessible, and the method of their production should be environmentally friendly, so that it can be used for sustainable fluoride removal. Next. Biowaste are environmentally friendly and can be used in the production of solvents. The challenge with biowaste though is that they have low absorption capacity, low surface area, and weak mechanical properties. So this called for the study, which we involved in loading of multivalent metal ions, in our case towards iron and aluminium, to produce nanomaterials from these organic polymers. Incorporation of hydroxyapatite into carbon nanotubes also improves the mechanical properties and fluoride removal capacity. Next. So in this study, the biowaste that were used included cassava tuber waste, so that the outer, after peeling the cassava, observed that the outer layer of the cassava tuber, the peeled cassava tuber, was strapped off and then discarded. So this was a source of starch to be a soft template for the synthesis. And then the cattle horn waste is also abundant in Uganda, and we obtained hydroxyapatite from the cattle horn core. Next. Those scholars, Khan and Magdalena, successfully obtained carbon nanotubes decorated with hydroxyapatite with high surface area and good absorptive property. So that motivated us also to use that method. Again, Hope in 2019 synthesized hematite nanorods with high surface area using rice starch. So that encouraged this study to explore the possibility of using cassava starch for the production of sodium iron oxide and alumina or aluminium oxide for removal of fluoride from aqueous media. Decoration of So carbon nanotube was also decorated accordingly. Next. Problem statement. Water from the crater lakes, which the locals use. About 37% of these people use, in that area, use water from crater lakes, and that has potential of causing dental fluorosis. Next. So the aims of this study were two, to gain an insight in the occurrence of fluoride, and two, to come up with materials that have potential of removing fluoride. Next. Objectives are those. Next. Next. Yeah, so this, the significance of this study are highlighted. So understanding the fluoride contamination in the lakes contributes to knowledge to help avert this problem. Synthesis of those materials which produce porous alumina, sodium iron oxide, and multi-walled carbon nanotube decorated with the cattle-horn hydroxyapatite contributes to search for efficient fluoride sorbent for the fluoridation of water. The justification: over 400 million people in sub-Saharan Africa depend on groundwater, which is reported to contain high fluoride levels. So there is need for efficient fluoride sorbents to avert this public health problem. Cassava tuber waste is abundant. Actually, for each 1 kilogram of cassava that is prepared for eating, about 0.5 gram end up being discarded as a waste. So this can be a source of materials, of template for synthesis of inorganic materials. Next. The materials, the study involves sampling of water from the lakes, an analysis of physicochemical parameters, synthesis of those materials using standard method. The aluminum oxide and iron oxide were synthesized by Sol-Gale method using cassava starch template, following the method used by Hawk with slight modification. Carbon nanotubes were synthesized by chemical method involving oxidation using concentrated sulfuric acid and concentrated nitric acid, and then decoration with hydroxyapatite was done. Characterization to know the properties of these materials was done by using scanning electron microscope, transmission electron microscope, powder X-ray diffractometer, micrometrics tool, BET analyzer, FTIR, and energy dispersing spectroscopy was used to understand the properties of these materials. Next. So some of the lab photos are those. Next. So from the study, from the first objective, an average of 2.69 ppm fluoride was obtained, with the highest being 4.2 in one of the lakes and 0.7 milligrams per liter. Potential health risk was assessed using the US EPA Human Health Risk Assessment, and the study showed that the infants were the most at risk, with the lakes with 86.67% of the lakes having potential risk to when the water is dry, and that could cause health risk like dental fluorosis and other forms of fluoride-related morbidity. Next. The time is really running. Okay. So also from the results obtained, we use Piper classification diagram to understand the distribution of these ions, and classification of these lakes was based on this Piper classification, such that the lake was found to be calcium hydrogen carbonate related geology. Next. Characterization was done, and the results are depicted there. We can a mechanism of formation of the alpha sodium iron oxide composite was proposed, so that encapsulation of iron hydroxide, which is in the aqueous medium, led to formation of a complex, an inclusion complex having iron surrounded by, bonded by hydrogen bonding to the hydroxide group of the starch molecules, followed by calcination which led to formation of the material. FTIR spectroscopy was employed to study the role of starch and the mechanism of fluoride binding. From this other graph, sorry, pointer, there has been shift in the peaks. After fluoride removal, there is some change which was observed after fluoride removal, indicating the role of, indicating that fluoride removal involved some kind of interaction which led to change in the transmittance in the bands. Next. These are results from XRD, and these parameters were calculated based on the Debye scalar equation, which because of time I may not talk about it, but I will explain. These are results from DET analysis for gamma aluminum oxide, non-composite, and then the other one is DET for Vector-Borne nanotube. So that from this we can see that the properties of this material indicates type 4 hysteresis, or that the material is mesoporous, having a large pores, and the surface area that was obtained for the gamma aluminum oxide was 214, which is quite high compared to the other two Vector-Borne nanotube decorated with the hydroxyapatite, as well as so that is it. We can go to the conclusion maybe. So three model equations were obtained using response surface modeling. The first one, generally, for the parameters where there is negative, it means that fluoride removal decreases as those parameters increase, and then for the positive ones, that means the fluoride removal increases with increase in those parameters. Next. Those are contour plots obtained depicting the nature of the absorption. Next. Yeah, so the indalic acetalates were generally found to be alkaline with TDS, pH, calcium, iron, manganese, and fluoride being above the WHO limit. Human health risk showed that these lakes, water from the lakes pose potential health risk to children, rather children and infants more than the adults when consumed. Those materials were synthesized as reported. Fluoride absorption onto the materials was investigated using batch mode, and the absorption occurred in weakly acidic medium in pH range 5 to 7 with second order, kinetics fitting best. Outputs, we have so far one published article. The second one has been submitted to Chemosphere. We are waiting for feedback. The third is still under review with the micro-authors or the supervisors. That is one of them. I made one conference presentation at last year's ARDC. The proposed supervisors are those. Unfortunately, I don't have appointed supervisors, and this has been quite a challenge to me. I acknowledge my supervisors because they have been working with me, helping me, guiding me, much as they are not appointed. I also acknowledge my funders. Next. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Welcome. We spent a lot of time on production,
So I think those who are coming next is try to minimize the time on it. Go straight to the problem. Then we need to see your methods and results. Maybe for the interest of time, can we have one more quick 2 questions? Maybe later we have taken note of these supervisors. They are not yet officially appointed, but I think they're working on them. So, Walter, a quick one.
Yes,
the mayor was interested in seeing the cassava and the homes effectively doing the purification of the water. What happened? Maybe he used a lot of chemistry there which I missed out.
Well, it's in the second slide. I said this biomaterials, the bio-waste. True, they can be used, but their absorptive properties are very low, and that means we need a lot of that to remove a reasonable amount of water. So our study tries to improve the properties of those materials so that the starch from cassava can be used as a template now to make the materials have better absorptive properties. Remember, aluminium and iron are highly charged cations, and that's why aluminium is even used in these conventional water treatment systems.
Okay. Any other 1 or 2?
Thank you, Chair. I remember Walter in one of the last one symposium like this one, we asked you a question. Are you introducing anything into the water? Did you test the water? If you're using cassava, especially the pills, are known to have a lot of cyanide. Are you introducing cyanide into this water? That's one question. 2, you're using WHO standards for the fluoride or the fluorine ions. Do we as Uganda or East Africa or NEMA have our own standards? Because the previous presenter on fluoride ions said that they tend to vary with the climatic conditions or temperature. So, do we have our own standards? Because the WHO looking at the temperature variations may be misleading in this case. Thank you.
Okay, can you explain to us?
Just a follow-up. I'm wondering if you did some leaching tests to find out if some of these are being introduced in the water. Maybe that would answer the other previous question.
Thank you very much for those wonderful questions. I don't know whether I got the first one right. Introduction of fluoride. Cyanide, yes. Yes. So the cassava, the part of cassava that we used is the outer part of cassava, of peeled cassava tuber. And then from this was oven dried and used after, and then used as the starch for the modification. However, starch is known to be, starch is is a food, it is a food material which is used.
Did you use the cassava itself or the peels?
Not the peels, but the cassava, the outer part,
that
which
we
is normally
scrape off. And do you know the reason why they scrape it off?
I don't know.
That's why I'm bothered about the cyanide. And which variety of cassava? Because we know there are those varieties with very high cyanide that even are poisonous, and there are those that are edible, the ones we eat. So which varieties did you use?
Thank you, Prof. The variety, I'm not sure, but it is edible variety. I don't know the name. It is edible variety that is normally cooked fresh. I didn't go into the varieties.
So you look for the varieties because that would be the next question coming in.
Okay. Do we have local standards? Yes, UNDS has the standard which is published in 2014 for fluoride, and it is the same as that of WHO. Yes. Leaching test. Leaching test, no, this one I've not done, so I will consider it. Thank you.
Take note of it. So, members, I think for the interest of time, you want to
Just make something small. That the work is the water's work and not we. Otherwise,
take
you
note
will
of
not get
it.
a degree.
Even the previous presenter also spoke of we. Okay, no, shall I take? Moses, you were also saying we. So can you please include us in the study? Remember your presentation. So, you wanted a quick one?
A very quick one.
So, it's your pure.
He presents the concentration of fluorides as 2.6 across the lakes. Those lakes are 30 plus. Is the concentration the same across the lakes, or there's a particular lake that had that high concentration?
Okay, thank you.
Just give us the range.
Yeah, the range was from 0.7 to 4.2, and that 2.69 was the average. Yes, it was the average.
So what was the name of the lake?
It is Cassandra, Lake Cassandra.
And the lowest one?
Interfering ions. How are we going to manage the interfering ions?
Yes, so the work is ongoing. The work is ongoing, and the interfering ions that were considered were chloride, nitrate, phosphate, and sulfate. Yeah, so there is data for that. Thank you.
Okay, so please don't miss out, because your stage is compilation. That means you have to go back to the lab and so the last one, a quick one.
Yeah, just a quick one. Walter, from your presentation, I saw as if your material is effective within pH range of 5 to 7. But we know in environmental waters, usually the pH ranges from, even in the normal ones, range from around 6.5 to 8.5. So, do you have any suggestion for those waters that are above 7, where your material is not effective? What will you do with them?
This is there is a slide which I indicated 3 model equations, and those model equations can be used provided these 3 materials are being used. So the other parameters can be fit, and still we get the chloride removal efficiency. Although I need to read more about that.
So take note of that. So members, can we you? Is that it? So Walter, can we clap for Walter? You got it?
Room 2.
There was
room 2. And apparently,
because we had the room 2.
Yes.
And it is Walter who was seated here and the same and your peer from the other side.
Okay.
So is the last one in that group, then we will go to room 2. Okay. So can we clear the people who are transferred from that group here? So make sure that we move very fast. We can spend less than 10 minutes. You can start telling us as we go to this lesson.
My name is Philip from Department of Physics, Faculty of Science. I studied space physics, and the title is validating the 350 kilometer height of the ionosphere over this region of the equatorial. The ionosphere is normally that layer.
Can you tell us which stage are you in? You are 20.
My registration number is 2021, but I mean, that analysis.
You are in data analysis?
Yes.
Not so fast. Okay.
Yeah, actually, I really want to explain later why that happened.
So you can continue.
My supervisors, Professor Juma and Dr. Ndima. Ndima is now in Boston. Right. So here I'll just give you a brief background of the ionosphere, or what it's all about. The left panel is our atmosphere, how it's classified. And when you look at from the region which we call the thermosphere, the temperature is high, that helps us to create that region area called the ionosphere, which I'll put on the right panel. So the ionosphere also is the amount of electrons concentrated in that part of the region of the atmosphere. And how the electrons are concentrated is also stratified a bit. The number of electrons keep increasing, as you see the red curve on the right. And it tends to peak at a certain level. Theoretically, in that figure, showing around after 174.8, theoretically. And that's exactly what we are interested in. So, initially, some studies had suggested 350, and that's what they were using in different models. But with other studies, people are finding different values. That's what motivated us also to find out exactly what is it here within our region. Because East Africa, or the equatorial region, is very unique in terms of the sun radiation. So we expect more of the ionospheric variations compared to other regions in the world. So I said, why is the use of this height? Why do we need it? This height is important to compare with what we call TEDS, total electron content, the amount of electrons that the signal, the satellite, encounters from the up to where the receiver down and up. We want to take 1 coulomb square meter from the satellite up to the receiver. So the number of electrons within that coulomb part is what we call total electron content. We refer to them as TED. So we normally watch that height to compare if we're receiving signals from the different elevation angles, we can compare them when we know the true height. Another reason is to map. Mapping is good because right now most of the equipment we're using the, I would say, estimated values on the mapped tech over us. So we use that height to map tech. Then also we use tech for augmentation system. Augmentation right now, if you have been using GPS for any purpose, like maybe most of us are familiar with Google navigation. We'll be using GPS to tell directions, turn left, turn right. That augmentation is normally an area where they calculate the error and then they send in real time to your receiver. So they are using that high augmentation, and then it also serves as the altitude for the models, the common model that normally use actually that calculation of that error, the thin layer model. And then finally, for calibrate most of our devices, we call the GNSS systems. So, I was saying initially, studies by the respective people had suggested 350. But later on, others also look at these various studies in the different geographical regions. You see some suggesting different value, some even suggesting a range, not necessarily a single value, as you see. China, some of the saying it's around 450 to 550. Others are saying 500. So that's what's motivating us to look for the true value, or if possible, the range of values that exist within our region. They were guided by 3 objectives. The right how to determine this value. Then the second, we look at its variation, both spatial and temporal. And then the last one, we have to model it, because the models are the ones that help us in those calculation errors. So right now, with objective 1, and we drafted the manuscript, which is actually submitted last week. This is the title of the manuscript: Characterization of the effective height of the ionosphere using GPS data over East Africa, which is the relative region. And ladies and gentlemen, permit me, I'm going to present so far what we have in that paper. So we've got data from the GPS receivers in the East African region. East Africa has faced some
countries fall under East Africa. You look at the geomagnetic, not geographic. That's why you see that Ethiopia is under our East African region. So the receivers, we have some in East Africa, so there are 10 of them. So this is where I have got the data from those receivers. The data is in real format, a bit complex if you look at it. So we, after getting the data, we derive that step, the total recorded. After deriving from that real file, we determine its absolute value. That means cleaning it. We remove all the error, the biases that comes from those signals, when the signals are traversing the atmosphere. After removing those biases, we had to first examine other parameters that will be affecting what we use for converting light to vertical. So that other parameter is what I was calling it K there. The V tag is the vertical, the S tag is the diagonal rate of the way it comes from the separate. So to get the true value of K is what will help us determine H. Next. So from the geometry of what you see in this, like the R, then that blue is the assumed layer of the ionosphere. So the K, which we use to convert, you can see in our equation, it depends on two meta parameters, E and H. E is the elevation angle of the plate, and then H. Now our interest is to determine the H, the true H. Therefore, we have to first also investigate the minimum or the suitable value of E. So to determine the suitable value of E, I have to plot a graph of K against the elevation angle. You look at the left panel. This is the graph of E against the elevation angle for different values of H, which I put in. And you can see from that graph that the values tend to be almost the same from elevation of 40 and above. But below 40, elevation angle 40 degrees, they overscatter. That means elevation angle below 40 will affect the value of H. So to remove, we only take, we are going to take elevation angles 40 and above. But the same thing here, I was just plotting the elevation angle against the inverse plane as I'm tracking the circlet. So that's how it goes. And the graphs, the values you see in the middle, the graphs you see in the middle are for different values of H. So that's totally which value of H. So you see that, okay. You see that in this very one, the TEC values are almost the same. The elevation angles above 40. This will count the elevation angle. So after getting that, so that has now streamlined our data. Now we only use those elevation angle 40 and above if we are to examine the true value of H that we want. So these are the methods. Look at two methods. First method is the coinciding aspirate. Look at a situation where I'm looking at two satellites at a given epoch, a given moment, a given second. So if those two satellites send the signals in different stations, I record their estate for each, then I convert to vertical. After converting, the two values must be the same, if at all the signals have come at the same time. Because I know at that moment has the same situation. So if there is an error, then that means the error is wrong, it's coming from the value of H chosen. And that's the theory we are basing on. Maybe next. Next, the algorithm showing the steps just this, which I did, you in that method. I look at the pair of satellites, read their FMX, the elevation angle, the azimuth, their coordinates of the receiver, and then after that I will calculate the latitude and longitude. After calculating, I check the condition of coinciding. If I find that they're coinciding, I get their expect values, convert them to vertical, get the difference, which is the error, then report the values of H and the error. I will do that for different values of H. Then I plot a graph of error against the value of H. And you will see the value of H that will make the error so minimal becomes the appropriate value. That was using one of the methods. Then the second method, which I also tried, this one I was looking at two satellites, two satellites same time on one receiver. One at an angle, one is exactly above the receiver. So the one above the receiver is giving the true value of vertical take. And then the one at the other angle is slanted. So I have to convert its value, the vertical. So if I convert that value, the one at an angle, the vertical, it should be the same as the value which I got from the segment, which is exactly the vertical. And that's what I'll do. You can take, so this is the graph. So this other straight line will be green. The green straight line are the different values of H I was using when I was converting. And then the red line was the value of V10, which is the value of H I got from the segment, exactly the same. So when the two cross each other, becomes the true value of H. So I'll just compare the two methods for a particular moment, and you see that they are green. This way now, the variations, I look at the day-to-day variation diagonal. So since you are 12 hours in a day, 24 hours in a day, I divide them 12. This is for the daytime, and you can see the value started from 367, that's from morning, 7 exactly. And it kept on increasing at around UT10. That is the 10 universal time, local time is around 1 p.m. It's the highest, 612. Then again it began reducing. And by the time the sun was setting, it was at 517. That was daytime. Then at night time, it kept on reducing again. Then it was minimum at 351. That's in the morning when around 6. So we are saying the daytime minimum about that, 367, and it happened at 404. When you add 1 minute to sunrise. That is around 7, 8 in the morning. So that's the minimum. And then it had a maximum at 10. This was the seasonal. The seasons are normal, so it was high at the equinox season. Equinox season is the period where the sun is full, exactly at the equator. Although the difference is not so much, but there was a seasonal pattern. This was just also trying to show that much of the seasonal pattern, there was a lot of variability. The time when we feel that the sun was not so much over here, because the solstice months, the values were over variable. And that's there was a lot of variability in the quiet seasons than in the equinox one. This was what we call the crest path variation. We're looking at the contribution of the equatorial, the spread F, the equatorial anomaly, where we normally feel that during the day, the ionosphere tends to rise up, and then at night, they diffuse downwards along the magnetic field lines. So we're looking at that effect there. So, thank you very much.
Okay, can we clap for... Thank you very much for your presentation. Can we get some quick comments maybe before? What was the altitude you found? I mean the height.
The one I found, I found a value between 350 to 600 in this region.
In the Equatorial region.
Okay, thank you. How did you account for cloud cover? Changes in cloud cover? And then, what is the threshold in variation to show that the two methods are green? Because the values might not exactly be the same.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Normally, I would say the cloud cover, that's the lower atmospheric effect. And this is an ionospheric effect. Ionosphere is always above the clouds. It starts from an altitude around 100. Normally, the clouds are formed within the troposphere and part of the stratosphere. This is less than 40 kilometers above the Earth's surface. Now, when it comes to pressure,
it's based on the GPS.
Yes, GPS signal.
It's based on the ground, is it?
The signal is on the ground, but the satellite is way up, around 3,000, 30,000 kilometers.
Cloud cover does not interfere with the signal.
It doesn't. It's normally the area which has ions, the ions, because these are electromagnetic signals, they are affected by the electric field. So the only areas where you have ions and electrons, that's where it can be affected. this lower part of the atmosphere, they are not so much affected. Only maybe there's any issues what we call multipart, where they find the obstacles they're finding multipart. And normally those ones are mitigated by how they plant the receivers on Earth. They normally put in a raised open ground to avoid the issue of multipart. Then the other one you talked about was the threshold. Maybe I don't, if I understand you well, we looked at the error factor. We tried to do the error factor on each of the method. See, and after we discovered that or look at the variations, I dropped one method and went with the other. That means one of the methods was having a bit more error. Manchester was agreeing with the second method, but their error was a bit higher. That's why it was not so reliable. Look at the different variations. So I adopted one method for the variations.
Yeah, maybe you have to state that because some were saying they agree, but I look at the results, there's some variation.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. The paper is a bit elaborate.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. My question is a bit down. You forgive me. It is good. Where do these electrons come from? The electrons are talking about. And then, secondly, I think the method you showed assumes uniform curvature of the Earth's surface. Is there? Did you account for the lack of uniformity on the Earth's surface? And then maybe you said, the ionosphere, I think, is above the troposphere and whatever. But are there effects like on particulate matter on the transmission of these signals to this receiver?
That's the new term to me. Particulate matter is what? There may be. Oh. Okay. I will start with the first question was about where the ions and electrons come from. Yes, the electrons up there come as a result of the ionization of the sun. The sun radiation, if you look at maybe the first slide, the sun radiation comes with the whole spectrum as it is. But the stronger ones, the ones that shorter wavelength, are the ones that don't strike the gases, molecules which are in that upper part of the atmosphere, and split them into ions and electrons. And that's what's bringing the ionosphere. It's basically the X-ray, the strong radiation X-ray, and the UV that cause the split the gaseous molecules into ions and electrons. That's what's happening in the upper part of the atmosphere. And it is good because they help in absorbing those strong radiations that from reaching us in Earth. So we are safe that the one that reach us here, the ones with the bigger wavelength, that is the infrared and the visible light. Then the other second question, I didn't come right there.
The curvature, uniformity.
Oh, the uniformity. That's the point actually. And it's the reason why we are investigating. Because initially the studies are saying that this layer is a uniform layer with 350 above the Earth's surface. You see? That is the assumption which was there. And it's what we are trying to validate. Is it true? You see? So I was also trying to use that approach to say, okay, assuming this constant at this, what would be the real value?
The uniformity I'm talking about is on the Earth's surface.
No.
Because there are hills and valleys.
Now with the Earth's surface, we normally take it because we look at I would say the topography of the Earth's surface vis-a-vis the distance from that point to where the ionosphere is. Normally this slight deviation is insignificant. I don't know what is the deepest, the difference. We want 2 kilometers. If you look at the deepest part and the highest part of the Earth's surface, it can't be 2 kilometer difference. So normally that one, when we are doing assume that the Earth is a bit flat, because where the receiver is put, they put it always in raised ground. That's normally the one point. When the receiver on Earth is put in an open raised ground, we don't put it in the valley. Maybe that's the assumption of it.
Okay, thank you very much. We are running out of time. If there are any other questions, we have to interact with him later.
So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
For your presentation. So I need to ask questions. And we have the next presentation. Yes. We have the next. So this is in French.
Yeah.
Okay. So as we wait for the presentation, you can start telling us, introduce yourself.
My name is Pascal V. Nahaimana. I'm Rwandan, and I'm a PhD student in the University of Rwanda. I think I'm very sorry for my pronunciation because my background was in French system. But I think I will give you the key information of my presentation. My PhD is in physics education. I'm assistant lecturer in physics in the University of Rwanda and a PhD student in African Center of Excellence in teaching and learning mathematics and science under supervision of Dr. Imelda Kemeza, Dr. Minami, Dr. Matthias, lecturer from the University of Rwanda. And the title of my PhD work is investigating the use of multimedia intervention for improving teaching and learning quantum physics at the University of Rwanda. I'm on the third objectives. I have already done the baseline study, literature review, and I'm on the third objectives. Next slide, please. This presentation will focus on a background or introduction, the process of teaching and learning quantum physics, the methodology, data analysis and discussion, and finally, I will talk about conclusion and the recommendation. The background of this study, quantum physics, proved to be a special area in physics teaching because it's abstract formalism, the difference to classical physics, the near complete absence of real experiment suitable for using in teaching and learning of it. Although there are many challenges in teaching and learning quantum physics, but the one which is the key is to find the way of introducing the concept of quantum physics, because quantum physics concepts look like theoretical and are both technical and theoretical substance. Although most of quantum physics concepts are delivered and taught via theory and complex mathematical problems. This is the one motivation of our study. Our study set out to assess what is the effect of using multimedia-aided technology in teaching and learning quantum physics at university level. Next slide. What is the process of teaching, current process of teaching and learning quantum physics? Many students consider this topic as a difficult course because it has an abstract nature, counterintuitive and highly mathematical nature, and students, they take it as a comparison course. Secondary, quantum physics nature is problematic to educators. They have some problem to teach, to introduce, and they are not able to help the student to understand those concepts from quantum physics. In traditional teaching of quantum physics, the main motive of teachers is
prepare students for exam than coaching them and make them understand the concept of this course. Secondly, this teaching approach provides this opportunity for the student to develop the conceptual understanding in this course. Although such was observed in teaching and learning quantum physics in the University of Rwanda, our baseline or my baseline study proved it. I think you can read the paper. This is our first paper published. Next, please. From literature review, even from the baseline study, research studies show that multimedia-aided technology enhances teaching of quantum physics through visual, animation, simulation, videos, and graphs, resulted into active student discussion, multimedia activities, mastering the quantum physics concept and knowledge. Introducing multimedia-aided technology into teaching and learning of quantum physics in Rwanda could intervene for conventional chalkboard approach. Although from all this information above, discussing with different educators, even from my personal experience as a lecturer of this module, and from different articles reviewed, and from different researchers who has reported about this, the research supported by the University of Rwanda College of Education in partnership with World Bank, wish to more investigate what could be the effect of using simulation, animation, and video on the teaching and the learning of quantum physics in the University of Rwanda. To accomplish this goal, the following research question was considered. To what extent does multimedia technology improve student understanding of quantum physics? Next, please. The study about methodology, this study used a quasi-experimental play and post-test research design with a sample of 385 students purposely selected from the same university in the Department of Mathematics and Science. From that sample, the experimental group, we have two groups. One was experimental group, another was the control group. The experimental group was exposed to the teaching with multimedia aided, while the control group was exposed on the traditional method. Then both groups, they studied the model of quantum physics during 6 weeks. Then a playtest composed by 32 questions adopted and used in both groups. This questionnaire, we have taken the online questionnaire, the conceptual quantum physics survey, and we try to adapt. When we take that questionnaire, 80% of it cover the content in quantum physics. And by reading the whole content of the module, we add other questions around 5, and we reach with a questionnaire of 32. Then this questionnaire was validated by experts in teaching quantum physics, and the reliability was measured using a test method, and we found internal consistency of 0.72. Next slide. The playtests were given to all students from both groups, and after lecturer start teaching quantum physics in control group by using traditional method, in the experimental group by using animation, simulation, and video. The researcher, together with her assistant, made a follow-up by doing class observation to see whether there are no challenge during the period of intervention. After a period of 6 weeks of teaching, a post test was given to all participants, and we examined if the multimedia intervention had some effect on student conceptual understanding. Next slide. Next. For example, here it was a concept about photoelectric effect. We introduced the concept by using this simulation. We let runner of this animation, this is animation. We let runner observe. Then after observation, they discover what is the definition, what is it, photoelectric effect. Next slide, next please. These two animations were used during introduction and help learner to observe and try to think what is it, photoelectric, what is it, what is that phenomena. Next slide. We use simulation in exploring the concept. The model we use during simulation, we use PhD simulation from University of Colorado. They are online simulation which are free. Then we ask learner to observe simulation and predict. Then after they try to change different parameters and variables and try to explain. For different concepts where we don't find simulation, we use video. For example, on platform of Khan Academy, there are different videos which can be used in order to help learner or students to understand the concept. Next slide, please. About data analysis, after administrating pre-test and post-test for both groups, the group taught with multimedia-aided technology. This is the score of the student. This site, it is about the group taught by traditional method. And the result showed that the output of the score for traditional and multimedia-aided technology are different. I think if you observe in the table, you will see more students or a big number of students who get a score above 16 are many than in a group taught by traditional method. Next slide. Here, this graph shows us our test has 32 questions. From question 1 up to 32, the peak in the red, it is the experimental group. White in the blue, it is the control group. If you can observe here, this part from question 11 up to 32 are questions for understanding or application. And the control group got smaller score if you compare with the experimental group. And after exposing both groups on the teaching approach, control group with the traditional method and the experimental group with multimedia-aided technology, the student conceptual understanding was improved in a control group than in experimental group. And if we try to analyze the question given to the student, the question for application, the student in experimental group get more marks and have a high conceptual understanding if we compare with a control group. Although this graph shows at starting point, all of them, they have a same level of understanding. Because for control group, the score was, the percentage was 11.27, while in the control group it was 11.55. Those two percentages are similar. Are we on the same level? Then if we observe after the intervention, in the control group, the score of students was on 44, while in experimental group, it was only 7. We can conclude by saying that after giving both group intervention, control group teaching them by using traditional method, and experimental group teaching them by using the multimedia, this approach or this intervention of teaching by using multimedia has a potential to increase student conceptual understanding in this course. Secondly, the traditional teaching approach must be combined with multimedia aided technology for a better understanding of concept, demonstration ideas, and mathematical formulation of quantum physics. Although the outcome is that they comment that educators should adapt teaching using multimedia, not only in quantum physics, but also in other domains of physics. University of Rwanda, there's a recommendation, and it should also train teachers or lecturers on how to integrate multimedia-aided technology in the education system. Finally, further studies may look into effects of, for example, gender difference, school environment, student attitude, and teacher appreciation toward multimedia-aided technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, your name is Parasitic.
Okay.
Your English is very good.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much.
You explain it better than us who speak English. That's what I belong with this. Otherwise, thank you very much. It has been very interesting presentation. I followed it right from A to Z. Now, a quick one. Is the quantum mechanics the same as quantum physics? Or quantum mechanics is different?
Quantum physics is a kind of introduction to quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics is broader than quantum physics.
Quantum physics?
Yes.
Okay, because I was now getting it.
Yeah.
Now, can you go to the next slide here? Go. You want to go back? The last recommendation.
Yes.
You still have your raw data. The one you experimented. The ones we exposed to multimedia, and then the traditional ones. You have their names, their performance.
Okay.
Can you include that gender aspect from, because you have the marks, you have the results. So you could look at the gender and you see and improve it there, then you move it from your recommendations. Maybe the school environment, the student attitude, that's what can be another side.
Yeah, this is, as I said, the third objectives, but we have where we will analyze class observation data, and we have administrated a questionnaire to students to assess their attitude and their feelings toward the use of multimedia. Also, we have conducted an interview with the lecturer who teach this module, and those data will be added in this study.
The next objective is okay.
Yes.
Namesake, first day we have this seems something interesting.
Thank you so much, as you can see, for the presentation. My interest is it the same group of people who taught the control and the experimental group? Is it, for example, you who taught both? And again, isn't there a possibility of bias that when you're teaching the control group, you can actually make it more complicated? I'm just wondering, how did you remove that bias to ensure that it is the same effort you put when using this or the other approach?
Actually, in the University of Rwanda, a module is shared by 2 lecturers or 3 or 4. It depends on the types of the module. This one is shared by 2 lecturers. And one of them, I trained him about the use of multimedia. I show him how to download simulation animation, and we prepare slide together. And because me also, I teach this module, but in another department. Me, I have worked in the Department of Mathematics and Science, but me, I teach this module in the Department of ERE and Childhood and the Primary Education. Then after the training and after preparing the material, he go in teaching. Me and the other master's student, we was observers.
Okay, now what you're saying is it the same person who taught the other group using multimedia? Handling the other group? They are two different.
Yes.
Are they aware, because they're saying one of them may be
no,
very,
one get
very
training,
good,
another one didn't get training. One get training about multimedia, and another one, he continued to use it the way it is.
Now, from your observations, did you see any differences between the 2 lecturers? Did you go to the traditional environment as well? Did you go and observe the other 2?
Yes.
Then, from your observation, is there any biasness, or you think they are the same?
What I think is through within the student. Because the student, they got material from the lecturer, they share. They share material, but about the process of teaching, explanation, examples, each group has lecturer and the material. But within the student, they share. Yeah. And I think it's the reason why the difference is very small.
In the performance?
Yes.
So next time, can you use the same lecturer who uses multimedia and traditional method? You can go and teach the other class using the multimedia, then you go to the other class using the traditional method, so that you minimize that error. That's what it is. It is not going to work.
It is not easy if I can come and teach by using multimedia, and
then
I go in another class. I think I will be biased to copy what I have done in one class and put in another class.
So you think you will transfer the knowledge from there to this side, like the multimedia? Anyway, this is good for some.
I think I will read and see if this method can be used.
The conditions should have been the same.
Yes.
The 2 groups. The feeding.
The feeding?
Yes. The experience of the teacher who is teaching the class. The grade the students have should have been the same, etc. So that we have a better outcome of the experiment.
Can you look at that and see?
Even where they were after sleep, it should have been the same, because where you sleep and then you wake up tomorrow to come and attend, and you also have to be
Right.
environment.
I think I'm thinking about one method for analysis. I read somewhere the difference in the differences. Yeah, this can show how external factors have affected the performance. I think I will continue to read until yeah.
Me, I'm interested in knowing what the content of the traditional teaching was. Only in the last month. What was the traditional?
But what do you mean by traditional?
What do you mean by traditional teaching?
I think I will details, but the traditional teacher comes in class, expose the content. If it is the definition, he gives the definition. If it is the formula, write the formula. Steps for demonstration, he do. It is a teacher-centered approach.
Using the normal.
Yes.
I don't know what you mean by normal.
The ordinary teaching, the usual teaching, without the use of computers and so on and projectors.
Yeah.
What was the use? Traditional.
What I want to know is, you were recommending that they should use combined tradition and multimedia. But I want to know, in your experiment, you're having multimedia, you're having tradition. Where do you combine the two to see that this works better?
It is the reason why I recommend to combine, because depending on the nature of the resource. In quantum physics, for example, if you are on Schrodinger equation, you need some demonstrations. And those demonstrations require a teacher to demonstrate. And this is learner-centered pedagogy. It is why but for conceptual understanding, because I'm talking about the conceptual understanding, I don't talk about the mathematical nature of quantum physics. When you are on a concept, you need illustration, you need experiment, which help you to understand the meaning of that concept.
So that's what you mean by combine.
Yes.
No, I mean, in the experiment, if you're having only multimedia, then tradition, you should have also had one where you combine it, and then we see the effect performance.
Okay.
Because your recommendation says we combine the two, but in your experiment,
so the justification
Exactly.
mean that
I still have something to do about it. I think with
Look
your
into interest.
recommendation, with your idea, continue reading, I think I will achieve something.
In other, treat the two groups the same way.
All the three groups meet because we are supposed to add the third one.
The third one.
Or combine it. Because you want to find out which group performs better.
Yeah, let me give an example. You may give group A, someone has taught quantum physics for 20 years.
Yes.
And you give group B, someone has just completed a master's. The way the one was taught for 20 years may not approach the concept the same way this one was just doing it. So if you want to get a better feedback, it would be good to have the groups that you are considering be treated the same way, all conditions.
That person, the intervention, what is the meaning of intervention? Because depending on the method you use, because my method was quasi-experimental design.
That's true, but
yes.
whatever you are doing group A must be done the same way to group B. Group B.
But using different intervention, because my yes,
Yeah. Pastor Z, thank you for the presentation. I think all these queries are coming out because this is a PhD level. works up to this level. Yes. 85% better or significantly better than this at this level. But you cannot measure an intervention when the environment of applicability is not the same. You have to control for all factors, and the only thing that varies is your intervention. This is what everybody is saying. And at this level, we need to know the differences, gender differences. Does it work best for girls or boys? That the age of the teacher, the experience of the teacher, the level of qualification of the teacher, the attitude of the teacher. Yes. And also different, I don't know that you also have different schools like you have, because those are the environments. We have boarding, we have day schools. Okay? We have private, we have public schools. They give completely different environments for learning. So there are very, very many variables that your study is not looking at all. And therefore we are missing that PhD rigor. If you give them that your intervention is working the way you did it, I would find it so difficult to believe. Because many other factors were not controlled.
Do you think if I combine what I have here and the other data, because I have other data from interview with lecturer, from class observation to be analyzed and see if those data will confirm the same as in these objectives?
Starts from the method. Because already the way you did your experiment, there are very many questions. You're using different teachers, you don't know the attitude of the two teachers, you don't know the differences in qualification of the two teachers, you don't know their cognitive ability, so that's already a factor not to control. Yes, it would have to be the same teacher, but teaching in different methods. Then you have controlled all the others. If it's qualification, it's the same qualification, but applying different methods. But you don't put Grace and put Raphael and put James and then using different teaching methods when our backgrounds are completely different. You will not get the other factors controlled. Be sure that your intervention is the only thing that worked. So in your experiment, many other factors are into play which you cannot even analyze for because you do not control them.
So take note of that. The gender issue is already there. So you have the results, maybe the students' attitudes. Did you do that?
Yeah.
You have the
Yeah, I have data. After learning the module, they do a question. I have administered a questionnaire about belief, attitude, feeling.
So you have the data there,
Yes,
which you have not presented yet. So can you please analyze this data to strengthen your work? Otherwise, thank you very much for your presentation. Wish you all the best in your PhD work. So, namesake, I think the book is about to finish, so it's the first time.
I want to be so fast.
Not one here?
Because we have other publications also, so children are waiting for us. Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Julius Msine, and I'm a registered PhD student in the Department of Biology, starting in January 2020. I'm here to present to you my study, which is looking at the dynamics of slave species and the parasites that they host that transmit bilharzia, also known as schistosomiosis, and liver infection, also known as fascistosis, and investigating a citizen science approach in this field, this region. And a team of supervisors are listed. Dr. Tina Heiss is from the Royal Museum for Central Africa and Belgium, Associate Professor Christian Albrecht from the just studied University of Houston. Associate Professor Grace Cabero is here, and Dr. Kasim Matolo, with support from different institutions as indicated there. So the level I'm at is finalizing data collection and partial data analysis, because I have data for almost all objectives, but it's not complete. And for those that I have complete, I'm analyzing. So first of all, I talk about vector-borne diseases that affect a vast majority of people that have diseases actually. In other words, about 1 billion people in the world are affected by these diseases, and schistosomiasis is among these top leading vector-borne diseases transmitted by flukes of the genus Schistosoma, and these flukes breed within freshwater snails. So this schistosomiasis or bilharzia is only second to malaria in terms of prevalence and morbidity, causing disease. So we see that the parasites cannot live without snails. So when we talk about fascicular flukes, we talk about the snails that are present. In the life cycle, perhaps someone could say that a person gets infected by this parasitic disease when they step in water that is contaminated by larvae of these flukes. And these larvae grow within the snails. How do they grow into the snails? A person infected defecates in water and it produces the worms which will grow in the snails and then infect another person who comes in contact with this water through the skin. So talking about another parasitic disease spread by snails is fasciculosis, also known as bacterial infection. And this has a great economic burden on the population and also affects human beings. And that's why it is considered an emerging parasitic disease for humans. So, well, there are about 180 million people are said to be at risk, and some 2.4 million are already infected. The cycle is similar, only that in this case, the disease is obtained by animals eating grass that is infected with the parasite, which have parasites which have also bred in the water snails that are found in the water. So the cycle is demonstrated there, and in the picture, I indicate the life cycle, and I also indicate an infected liver. These livers are usually discarded, and that results in a very great economic loss at the farming level. So, I know hopefully season sign up. Yes, good. I thought I was controlling it. And then I see it is different. Okay, so this takes us to the citizen science approach, which I investigate whether it can be useful in this field. What is this citizen science approach? In citizen science, we look at general members of the public who could be experts or just politicians, government officials, NGOs, but intrinsic in all those groups of people, they are volunteers. What do? These people practice the science of professional people who are trained, but then they are not trained to say in that field. They are local people or normal people who are not having expertise in the field, but they get trained, and then they collect data at a relatively cost-effective method. The method has been used in different fields, physics and so on, but this method of citizen science has not been tested in malacological research. Malacological research is research about snails. So why are we talking about snails and citizen science? We see that the parasitic diseases I've explained have complex life cycles which include snails, humans, and other hosts. But the current intervention looks at treatment of humans using mass drug administration, MDA, and we see that studies indicate that if you don't include snail control in your intervention, the parasitic diseases are not effectively controlled. But where snail control is included, you receive 60% better success in controlling the diseases. So for us to control snails, we need to know where are the snails found, which snails. And this data is very important
but it is not readily available because we lack trained human resource, and that's why we think about an alternative, which is use of citizen scientists who can scale up the data availability. So this study has got a number of objectives. The main one being looking at the dynamics in populations of these snail hosts, and also the parasites themselves, but also looking at how community members can contribute to snail population monitoring and focusing on the Lake Albert region. This region has been selected because it's highly endemic with these diseases I'm talking about, and in some cases has been reported to affect up to 90% of the population. So the specific objectives, I look at the diversity and distribution of snails in space and time. The second one, I look at the distribution of the parasites they contain, and also compare the methods of extracting these parasites from the snails, either using the traditional shading techniques or using the modern molecular approaches. And then in objective 3, I examine the factors that affect the distribution of the vector snails. And then finally, assess the reliability of the citizen-centered approach in malacological research about snails. To achieve that, a number of sites were selected. 78 sites were selected through a pilot study to ascertain where water contact sites are found in a region where there is high schistosomiasis prevalence, and also livestock keeping as a main activity. So these sites were monitored by an expert scientist, myself, for 2 years, starting from June 2020 up to this May that has just ended. Then the citizen scientists that were identified by community members through different levels of leadership were identified and then trained. We have a network of 25 citizen scientists, each monitoring up to 4 water contact sites within their vicinity in their parish. And then they report this data, they sample the same sites I sample on a monthly basis, and relay that data through an online application, the Cobo Collect, and then this data is received through a server and analyzed and then compared thereafter. So, maybe go back a bit. So this is just a demonstration of the different stages I go through. The first one, you scoop the snail from the soil and from the water. Then you also determine the other parameters like the vegetation characteristics of that site. Then the snails that are picked are exposed to light to stimulate the production of the parasites which we observe under a microscope, and later the snails are preserved in 70% ethanol and examined using molecular techniques as indicated. I have data analysis for plans, so I can continue, but I go straight to preliminary results. Continue, please. In the results, we see that the snails that are responsible for bilharzia and liver fluke infections are prevalent in the study area. We can see here this relative distribution of snails shows that Bulina snails and Biflaria snails are the ones which are responsible for spreading bilharzia, are present in the study area, but the distribution is different, with Linus existing more at the lake sites than on the upland sites, while Biflaria is existing almost in all places, just like radix that spreads liver flukes. And these distributions also vary according to water body types. And then looking at factors that could be affecting the distribution of these, I'm still analyzing the data because I just completed collection in May, like I said. But we see that certain factors like rainfall determine the distribution patterns of these snails. And also we see that the populations of these snails are not equally distributed. For example, in red, we see Biflaria are more to the next slide. Okay. The ones indicated in the first map, we see that while we find a lot of bilharzia at the lake shores, the snails that could spread this bilharzia are even in higher numbers in upland sites, which means those areas are high risk areas for an outbreak soon or later. The pattern can be seen for other snails, and then how the population is affected by rainfall patterns. Continue.
when we go to the second objective, look at whether the parasites that really spread the diseases are present in these snails, they actually are there from both methods of detection. Using the shading method, which I indicated using light, or looking for the parasite DNA in the snails. But we shall see that these methods have different effectiveness in detecting the presence of parasites in snails. So the first thing is the parasites are there, and it means really the places we are studying are experiencing disease outbreak. Continue. So I am still analyzing data and extracting DNA data from certain groups of snails, especially these that spread liver flukes, and this is planned for July to October at the certain lab, and also analysis of data for that objective of DNA collected. Continue. Like I said, shading techniques underestimate the prevalence of the parasite. In other words, if you look at the same color, let's say blue up for shading and blue down, you look at the percentages reported using the shading. For example, for Biflaria in the first column, you see 2.38% prevalence was reported. And if these same snails were tested, including the negative ones, we find about 52.1% prevalence of the parasites in them. So, the trend is the same for other groups, which actually means that if we really want to detect for presence of parasites that will spread diseases in human animals, we should really think about growing the DNA away. And different parasites have been detected, including Schistosoma mansoni, which causes human bilharzia, Schistosoma bovis, which causes bilharzia in livestock, especially cattle, Schistosoma rhodini causes bilharzia in rodents like rats, and many others. And these were detected from different places, but the most important part, which is a hotspot of these diseases, especially for schistosomiasis that affects animals, was a certain site which has a high number of liver-cells, which were detected containing a lot of the parasites. So this place, for any person interested in controlling the disease in animals, should be a target place. And generally, this shows you how the differences in these prevalences of the parasites were detected along the monthly gradient, which shows variations. In other words, certain months tend to contain more infected snails than others. Continue. Which factors are affecting the distribution of snails? We see, for example, Biflaria. When I say Biflaria species, I know the name might be difficult, but this is the one which spreads bilharzia that affects humans and causes the swelling of the belly as one of the types of bilharzia. It is affected by certain factors in the water environment, such as temperature, where they are found in cooler waters than in warmer waters at the lake. Conductivity, they are found in areas which do not contain high concentration of dissolved minerals, and they were surviving better in waters with low oxygen concentration because they can breathe air and out of it air. And these other factors that I have indicated in bold and with stars are ones which are only responding to the population or the numbers of the snails detected here. One of the biological factors I'm looking at that has been studied for liner snails but has not been studied for bifid snails is the presence of aquatic vegetation, and they are expected to live in certain areas with certain types of plants. And these I am going to identify the plants collected at the herbarium for classification, and that's actually tomorrow going forward. For objective 4, and this is the objective whose data is complete and has been fully analyzed and being drafted into a paper at an advanced stage. We see that actually there is high agreement in the data collected by citizen scientists and our data. Green indicates agreement. And the dark green indicates where we both find snails, that's true positives, And where we both don't find snails is two negatives, the lighter shade of green, and the other one we have two negatives, and false positives and false negatives. So, but generally, we see that for all the three genera we investigate, the three types of snails we investigate, the agreement between citizen scientists and ourselves is 70% to 89% agreement, which means they can actually detect presence of snails at the site almost at the same way with the expert. When we look at this sensitivity and reliability tests, however, it shows that the specificity is asking how best can the citizen science detect absence of snails when they are actually absent there. So the specificity which is above 50, in other words 60 above, is acceptable. So they can detect sites which have no snails or which have the snails in that specificity column. While sensitivity is to what extent can they detect the presence of snails if they are actually there. And we see generally they are better to detect the presence of Biflaria but not other groups of snails. So, but what is causing the small difference in these agreements? We see that if the number of snails found at the site is high, citizen scientists are more likely to detect it, and also the degree of detection will vary depending on water body type. We see more disagreements at the lake compared to the confined wetlands, and this is also explained by the difference in the stability of these systems. A small wetland is more stable compared to a lake, which changes with a lot of effects like wave action and so on. Remember, I talked about the fact that we sampled at different times. The data considered in this case was data from collected within the same week, within the date difference of 7. We see, however, the more days apart the expert samples from the citizen scientists, the more chances that there will be disagreement. So it is likely that we can have more agreements between scientists and the experts as the dates, if they sample on the same days. This also is similar for radic snails. We see similar trends. Increase in agreements with increase in number of snails at the site continue. But also here we discovered that for this particular type of snails, certain citizen scientists are more likely to agree with the expert than others. And this is explained by the nature of the snail species in question, because this group of snails tends to adhere so strongly onto the substrate. So if the citizen scientist is not so keen at sampling it, he can miss it. That's why we have some disagreements based on the ID, the citizen scientist. However, generally we see that citizen scientists agree in the presence of snails at the site with the expert. However, the expert consistently collects higher numbers of snails for the same sampling time than the citizen scientist. In this case, the dotted lines indicate data collected by citizen scientists, while the full line indicates the data collected by the expert for the same type of snails. So that shows you the differences in the numbers collected by the two groups, though the trends are the same. I report the highest number of snails at Biflaria, the same as themselves, and the lowest as Bulinus, the same as the citizen scientists. So, in summary, we can conclude preliminarily that the snail distribution varies in space and time, and certain environmental factors affect this distribution. And we see that while streams have lower prevalence of these parasites observed in communities, they tend to be preferred habitats for snails. And these parasites are actually present in the community. We have detected them both using the traditional method and the molecular method. And certain factors in the environment will affect the snail distribution. Can we use citizen science in monitoring snail populations? Yes, to some extent, to detect which sites are high-risk areas. But if you are interested in studying population dynamics of the snails, then you will need an expert, because this expert will get a more appropriate number at the site, more reliable number of snails at the site. thank you, acknowledgement to the institutions that have supported my study, and thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you so much for your good presentation. We've learned a lot about snails. So for the interest of time, since they are waiting us across the office, we can have quick questions.
Thank you for the information. I also learned a lot. But I'm just wondering the significance of the study.
Okay.
What is the value of this? Why should we study snails?
Good. Can I answer that quickly?
Yes, quick one.
Why should we be monitoring the population of snails? The World Health Organization is advising control programs of bilharzia and other snail-borne diseases to consider snail control. And we cannot control snails when we don't know where they exist. When do they multiply? So that we can target them to eliminate them in those periods. And which times of the year are people highly at risk? That's why we actually detect the presence of parasites in snails at different times of the year. So it is actually aimed at informing future snail control programs.
So you are not going beyond monitoring, just counting numbers, that's it.
Well, I'm also studying for the sake of knowledge, the snail and parasite genetics and so on. Yeah, but for application purposes, I give information on when do the snail exist. And again, asking, can really unprofessional and trained people, local people, be able to also monitor these populations? It's a very good approach actually.
And how is this related? For example, in let's say epidemics of snails in November.
What a snail?
I don't know what they are, but I'm wondering what's the value of them. They are hosts of
disease-causing organisms.
because they're parasites. So where they are.
You can show us the pictures.
Okay. Which one?
The snails.
Well, in the life cycle, we cannot have bilharzia. Actually, that's the red line there. That the parasites cannot live without snails. That is the focus of the study. If we can eliminate parasites from the community, snails from the community, for example, or live cautiously with those waters where snails exist, then we shall not have these diseases coming up. In the life cycle, without snails, there is no disease. It's just like talking about malaria and you don't talk about mosquitoes. Yes?
You're not doing anything about them.
I am providing information for control programs. Yes. Yes.
Okay, I think why she's wondering, in the macro from you emphasize that 60% snail control. So I think she expects that your study also has snail control in which aspect I think you're not addressing.
Okay.
So I think it should be clear because you're emphasizing they cannot exist without snails, but you're just giving us information.
Okay.
So maybe you're. And then I'm wondering why the rabbits was not tested for PCR. And then maybe whenever you explain that table, you have to show why that part is not gathered before. And then at the snails you tested for PCR, the same as the ones used the traditional method. Because if they are different, then the outcome may be different. And then for the results, where you have point something, I think it's better to use 0 together for the 0 aspects.
Okay. Can I
speak one?
Why not rabbits tested? Yes, go.
Yes, okay. You can quickly.
Actually, this is the next course of action. I didn't have enough time at the lab because I had only 3 months of rapid work on other groups, and when I go in July, I will focus on that, and then also additional data collected. So it is going to be tested. Is it the same snails considered for PCR, same considered for shading? Yes, I'm actually comparing the same numbers. I mean the same groups exposed to shading and then to PCR. The positives and the negatives, and then comparing the effectiveness of the two methods. Yes. Well, true, actually. Not all snails that were shed were actually exposed to PCR tests because of the positive mutation. The point that one is noted in the data presentation.
You say the stream had more
snails, yes.
Is it the fluoride? Does the fluoride have a contribution? Because you may find one stream has a high fluoride.
Well, unfortunately, I didn't measure flow rates, but I can try to give a reason why I think streams may have more snails than, for example, lakes. Streams, the sites we have are many with varying sizes of streams and varying flow rates, for example. But on average, we see we have more snails at those streams than in the lake. This would be explained by one thing. The lake being a big ecosystem, when we sample, you cannot sample effectively the entire length of the lake. While for the stream, it is a narrower place and then you can sample a bigger place, even if it is the same time you have spent at the site. However, we have also seen that populations of snails at the lake change rapidly, that in recent studies we have found even more snails at the lake at some points than we find at the lakes. So the lake is not a stable system, so to say, and we are going to investigate why even the groups of snails that live in streams are different from those that live in the lake, though it is the same genus and can cause the same disease. So those variations can cause the difference. They are not actually six. The study is sponsored by the Belgium Government Corporation through a project within the faculty. But I have collaborators from other institutions, and since they give me their technical support, they support my study.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this knowledge of snails. But I'm wondering, who gives you the right? Because I think your intention is to kill them. Who gives you the right to kill them? And besides, I would think that how do you balance your intentions with those of conservationists? Because I would imagine that if you want to avoid bilharzia, provide safe water to your population through other means and let them avoid the swamps where the snails are. Let the snail population be controlled naturally the way they are there. And even for your animals, provide your farm animals with safe water and leave the pond and the swamps alone. And just
So, first of all, my intention is to provide information on what we call targeted snail control. Targeted snail control focuses on hotspots of infection and leaves other places. Imagine a stream can run kilometers and kilometers, but if you do targeted snail control, you will find areas where active transmission is occurring, and control the populations in that area. If the cycle is broken, naturally the snail populations will recover within no minute because the reproductive rate of snails is very, very high. So that is the rationale behind that. So ideally, we should actually not defecate in the open. That will only eliminate the cycle. But behavior and cultural shifts are not easy. So if you want to help people, even if they know what they are doing can expose them to disease, they still continue to do it. So you can find another alternative to help those people. And besides, the World Health Organization has designed safe protocols of managing snail populations with approved chemicals. So I am not suggesting it, but I'm supporting it. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's have this so far. You have to be very fast because
ladies and gentlemen, good evening. In the interest of time, the protocol is observed as been introduced. Together with Christopher and the clinician who is the Marana Regional Hospital. And I come to present my proposal. Effects of drug resistance and the management of patients with urogenital discharges in southwestern Uganda. It will be a parallel randomized intervention. My supervisor is Kamanji, but in the backup group, many professors have intervened and helped me. One of them at the initial stage was Dr. Merida. Professor Arepo also helped me in shaping this proposal to where it is now. I believe your input will guarantee me to submit for approval. So we are saying that these discharges are a common entity and they are mainly transmitted sexually and through an hygienic behavior. The unfortunate bit is that they are asymptomatic to many patients and they are actually difficult to distinguish, especially on the side of women. And those are the common pathogens among others. Next. That is their problem. They increase a threefold risk of HIV transmission, one has them. Double chances of devastating complications and triple the chances of death, of course including both male and female infertility and PID. Currently, we use syndromic approach that has got limitations, mainly prolonged treatment, increased cost to burden, risk of infection, complications, and in the presence of drugs resistance, a lot can be desired. We say at the moment drug resistance is the biggest world challenge, and the impact is at intolerable levels, and of course it increases hospital stays, economic costs, social discomfort, not forgetting stigma, which also amplifies the risk of spreading death and disability. And the projections are there by 2050, about 10 million deaths will be realized if there is nothing done. So the problem comes as a clinical experience. Since 2014, when I was prescribed these ends, I discovered that for every 3 patients we are treating, we find at least 2 heparin resistant pathogens. And we get concerned that it could be a national problem. Next. So, given that there might be other new organisms which are not yet known, and of course, in scan literature, we feel that process of this qualification is that we shall have sustainability knowledge contribution towards proper management, effective therapeutic outcome, policy review, and of course there is an incentive behind it, PhD award, and then of course it will increase knowledge and research. So we are, as a general objective, we are looking at the effect of drugs resistance on the management of patients with urogenital disease. These are specific objectives. We shall look at the sensitivity profile, what's determining the effect, drivers. Next, we look at the presence and the effect of counterfeit drugs, compare treatment outcomes, and evaluate the cost effectiveness of these two approaches, diagnostic and symptomatic. The conceptual framework, we are looking at several factors or drivers and basically behavior, social demographic, policy related, within the mind of intervening variables to see how they affect drugs resistance and also the treatment outcome. Next. We shall take that profile of methodology where we shall have a syndromic approach governed by the file system that currently in Uganda and the middle income countries. Begin with clinical officer, medical officer, and then physician.